Good morning, this is News. I am Dennis Aseto. Visiting U.S. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden departed from Nairobi Sunday after ending a 3-day tour of Kenya. The visit to the country was part of a 5-day tour of Africa that featured Namibia. During a tour, She visited drought-affected communities in Kenya and appealed for wealthy nations to give more as the Horn of Africa suffers its driest conditions in decades, for the calling for a greater spotlight on the record-breaking drought which threatens 22 million people in Kenya, Somalia and Ethiopia with starvation.
The United States is providing 70% of the budget, the money that's coming into this region. But we cannot be the only ones. We need to have other countries join us in this global effort to help these people of the region. And unfortunately, there's the war in Ukraine, there's the earthquake in Turkey. I mean, there are a lot of competing interests, but obviously here livestock people are starving.
She said the United States has continued to give relief, adding that it will continue to support relief efforts across the globe.
Their livestock are dying. Obviously, you can see the drought here, how bad it is. The one source of water here feeds 12 villages, and each village has approximately 1,000 to 1,200 people. So they are coming here, the people are coming to get water, they're bringing their livestock to get water. But unfortunately for many of them, the way they make their living is from their livestock. And for most of them, the livestock are dying. So they're having a hard time. Their children are malnourished. They cannot feed their children. They cannot afford to send their children to schools.
And President William Ruto has maintained his administration's focus on pressing economic challenges, saying he will not spare time to engage in petty politics. Speaking during a church service in Peketoni, Lamu County, the head of state called on residents and Kenyans at large not to involve themselves in tribal politics. His comments, seemingly directed at his chief critic Raila Odinga, came at a time the Azimio leader, who has refused to accept defeat, continued escalating anti-government rhetoric, and Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has asked Azimio leader Raila Odinga to treat former President Uhuru Kenyatta with respect. Speaking in Lamu County, the Deputy President accused Raila of downgrading the former president by engaging him in public rallies. Gachagua cited an incident where Uhuru accompanied Raila in a public rally in Nyanza after the burial of former Education CS George Magoha. During said rally, Uhuru said that even though he has retired from politics, he still supports Raila. And Azimio leaders now are asking their supporters to prepare to march to State House in the next 10 days to raise their concerns over the rising cost of living. Azimio leader Raila Odinga has reiterated that his followers are ready to use their constitutional powers to hold the government accountable, which insist is illegitimate.
Our understanding that these issues are urgent and need to be acted on now, and that we shall not hesitate to resort to people's power to realize the objectives should Kenya Kwanza fail to act. And in 10 days, sawa.
On allegations that the government is planning to persuade foreign countries to impose restrictions on him, including preventing him from traveling to those countries, Odinga has maintained that he will not be threatened.
Sikia wanasema tio sasa baba analeta kuleta fujo, asikubaliwe kuzuru kwenda katika nchi zingine ng'ambo. Sina haja. Hatutaki nchi nyingine aingilie mambo yetu ya kindani ya Kenya. Wachie sisi wa Kenya tutengeneze mambo yetu. Kama kuna uchafu hapa Kenya, ni kazi yetu sisi kusafisha. Kama kuna wizi ya kura, ni kazi yetu sisi kusafisha. Tutatumia katiba yetu.
It will now be illegal for anyone to use firearms to herd their livestock. President William Ruto issued the ban order and told livestock keepers to use sticks to herd their livestock. His directive came at a time when parts of northern Kenya are experiencing sporadic attacks from bandits who have killed locals and stolen livestock. The use of firearms by artists among pastoral communities has been a common practice, especially because this is the only way herders can protect themselves and their animals when they come under attack from banditry or wild animals. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asseto. Good morning.
This is the modern vibes on Vibe 102.5 SpiceFM Kisumu.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanyan.
Amen. Amen. So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It gets over.
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
what the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yep.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying...
3, 2...
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Heri Latifa, Kismuga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa, today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Baridi ni degree ngapi hapa?
Hata sijui, lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
He's the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ, when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa, took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
A little bit of traffic has already started to build up on Jogo Road this morning, and it looks like it's going to be a crazy Monday. A lot happening over a weekend, and then we see that Monday morning has started off with a bang. We're also looking at a little bit of traffic that started to build on the Thika Superhighway coming into the city. It doesn't look too bad coming out of Westlands, at least not for now. Just a little nook as you get past that whole Loresho area, taking you out past Kangemi is where it'll build up this morning. All right, what else are we looking at? On Gong Road, traffic has started to build up as well. again, looks like a busy morning has started already. Gong Road busy here and there. As you get onto Mombasa Road, you should be all right. As you pass the Maritime Drift, getting out towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, you should be okay getting into the city. Let's keep an eye on things. Monday morning has just begun. SpiceFM KE, tell us about what you see, and we'll keep things moving this Monday morning.
SpiceFM Nyeri. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This.
Hey. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, bwana. Hey. Good morning. How you doing? Welcome to Monday. It's the 27th day of February. Tomorrow is the final day of February.
Yeah.
Guy.
Imagine.
Hey. What? Haki ni sawa tu. Haki. How are you doing? How was your weekend?
It was okay.
Eh?
Yeah.
It was good?
Yeah.
Very good.
Tension, pressure everywhere.
Way. What? Tell us.
We went to vote on Saturday now.
And then?
I beg. They should just tell us what's going on. That's all we want.
Did polls open on time?
Polls did not open on time.
Where?
In most cases, polls open 6 hours after 6 a.m. Polls.
Most cases?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I'm very serious.
Cases?
No. Even where voting went on well, we had very few polls that opened at 6 a.m. Okay.
Reason being?
Because INEC officials, why should they be in a hurry, want to drink tea and eat bread in the morning? Then we can go and start Nigerians to vote. After all, how will I go and open poll? I've not eaten. What's wrong with you? Anyway, so people got to the vote. And then, of course, we saw the fracas in certain places. Lagos was one of them. Many wards in Lagos had quite some. The hired goons and area boys who went to do their normal wahala. And, of course, those were the stories that were amplified around the world. But generally, Nigerians voted well and voted in situations of peace. Of course, the fracas always will, want to overturn the story. But we'll look at details of what happened in a bit. But that was what my weekend was, So
you were just glued.
I was just glued and following, back and forth calls. Yeah, that was what I was doing for most of the weekend. After I went for an MRI on Friday, my good Lord, I almost struck out in that machine. But anyway, that's story for another day.
MRI for what? Head?
Is it the noise that it makes?
Yeah, but then they give you the headphones,
the thing that
right?
Covers your head.
Yeah, they give you the headphones.
What part of you were they MRIing?
My torso and then my feet.
Are you claustrophobic when you
No, I wasn't. It was just weird to be in one place for such a long time and you can't move and there's even no music.
Sleep.
I couldn't sleep. The thing is loud, man.
That's what you do. I get into that thing.
Yeah.
I sleep. Unless when they've decided to use the dye. Because now that then now makes you feel certain type of weird and nauseous.
A little bit off.
Yeah. But other than that, gone. They come and wake me up. Wait,
we're done.
Normaliza.
Okay.
Because you just sit like that, you'll be wondering, okay, so
next.
Is my head okay?
And that
am I
space-
failing?
That space is a bit limited.
Yeah, I felt
As
a cramp.
claustrophobic type.
Yeah.
Saying the-
For you,
City,
City, that is a proper.
no. For you, Mbano.
Before I got over this claustrophobia thing, first time I went for MRI, I was removed 3 times.
He said no.
Scream.
He said, excuse
No,
me.
screaming.
He said, excuse me, something is not right.
Out.
Please let me out.
Sit there
Do your legs like this.
Sit for a few minutes. Okay, now I'm okay.
I'm ready.
Again,
Excuse me. He said, I don't think the machine is working.
my doctor had a good sense of humor. He said, why don't we just do this tomorrow? I said, if we time it for tomorrow, it will not be done.
I will not come.
Yeah, we have to do it today.
Say the machine is not working. It's
Hey.
making noise. Yeah.
But now, with that kind of space, how do you even raise
You
your
will
hands?
find space. Don't joke.
You do. You can somehow.
That thing.
Okay. The times I've done MRI, I've found it the very most peaceful place.
Yeah.
Sleep. That noise in the background.
Nice.
First time I thought they were going to be turning me around. When you kwa hii kitu, then you're upside down.
Somersaulting chicken.
Anyway, how was your weekend, City?
My weekend was quiet. Pleasantly quiet.
You didn't have any of those, meetings where you were meeting with your former one thing or the other?
No. I think that will begin next week. Yes, January, quiet, February now. As we get towards the end of February, March, I think now is when the activities will
Now activities will resume.
They will definitely resume.
Yeah.
Yes. The only thing I did was I went to have my facial hair removed.
Reduced.
Removed.
You didn't remove it.
They did.
Which face?
Wait, which face are we talking about? You had to have which facial hair removed?
They removed the abundance and left a little bit. So that's called.
You are not different from how you looked on Friday, boss. Wakurudishe pesa yako.
Why is it?
Hapo wamekugonga.
The two of you, why are you now blaming me for your poor eyesight? I look different.
Okay. If you insist.
If I insist.
Yeah. Let me tell you what we'll be discussing today. Sawa. Okay. There's an MP called Peter Kaluma. He's the MP for Homa Bay Town constituency. Okay. Now, let's go with these 2 issues. Number 1, Supreme Court. And this whole issue that the Supreme Court judge said, freedom of association is
enshrined
in the Constitution.
Kabisa.
And it's unlimited. Okay. It doesn't matter what kind of person. You cannot be discriminated against based on your tribe,
on your preferences,
your gender, your sex, anything. Now, so if you decide your gender is a bird and you find another bird and you associate, you have the freedom to. You have freedom to. So that is a whole issue.
Okay.
And then on the other side, across the road to the National Assembly, Peter Kaluma comes up with a bill seeking to prohibit homosexuality and promotion of homosexuality in Kenya. Okay? So he'll be here to tell us about that bill and why that bill and why now. All right. Today is World NGO Day. And we'll be joined by 2 gentlemen in the studio. One of them is Ahmed Ibrahim Abdi. He is the convener of the ASAL Humanitarian Network and chair of the Kenya chapter for Change Working Group. He'll be joined by Dr. John Kitui, who is the country director for Oxfam in Kenya. They'll be here to talk to us about World NGO Day and looking at the NGO and the work that NGOs are doing in the country, especially now to address the ravaging drought across the country. That is at what time? 8 a.m. At 9 o'clock, let's talk about national and county governments and pending bills and how they ended up here and what's the way out. The chairman of the Finance Committee of the National Assembly and who is also the MP for Molo constituency, Francis Kuria Kimani, joins us at 9 a.m. for that discussion. Tell us about COVID.
All right, let's look at Kenya. So those numbers actually, we're talking about that we have not seen new COVID cases in Kenya. It actually is the case that now, today is the 27th. It is the 5th day of zero reported cases of COVID. The last case of COVID reported was on the 21st of February. All right, so it will be interesting to see. And that, it will be interesting to see what happens over the next week or so. But truth be told, that Kenya has received, Kenya has reported, Kenya has not reported cases of COVID over the last 6 days. And it looks like even numbers that we're getting from the World Tracker is that there's been very little coming out of Kenya. 679,726,386 is the numbers that we're looking at from around the world in terms of what's going on with COVID. Ministry of Health continues to say, come out and get vaccinated. If you haven't, it will offer you that first line of defense from disease. Okay? Now, the U.S. Energy Department is not letting go of this lab leak story. The U.S. Energy Department says that COVID actually came from a lab leak in China, according to a newly updated classified report from the United States Department of Energy, and it was obtained by the Wall Street Journal. The new coronavirus first emerged in the Chinese city of Wuhan in late 2019 and spread around the world, killing so far almost 7 million people. It created turmoil in the global economy. Countries closed their borders, ordered lockdowns to curb the spread of the virus, etc., etc. Very interested in disease surveillance has been the United States Energy Department. They previously said they were undecided about how the virus emerged, but now they've said it is most likely that it came from a lab leak. This is also the conclusion that the FBI reached in 2021 with moderate confidence. But now the Energy Department seems to be unequivocally convinced that it came from a lab leak. Something happened in a lab in Wuhan, and that is how all this hullabaloo started. So I don't know what they're going to do now with their belief, but they have it. So there you go. Oh,
there we go. Okay, there we go then. 21 minutes after 6. Let's take this break to take a look at the weather forecast for the day. Where are you tuned in from? Let us know how your weekend was and how your week is starting. Go to our social media pages, SpiceFM KE on Facebook and YouTube and Twitter, and get in touch with us. Tell us where you are. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
You think you can guess the year?
2007. That's when the theme song, that's when it premiered for the James Bond movies.
You're half correct. But in terms of guessing the year?
Okay, if not 2007, then 1963.
Oh, now you're just throwing things, eh? You're throwing the sufria and everything outside.
The Spice Drive. Big hair and the biggest hits from the best decade.
Tune in to the Spice Drive with me, Edward Quatch, 3 to 7 in the PM.
The Spice Drive, only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Damn.
Looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi, beckoning rain, highs of 28 and lows of 16 today. It's 15 and clear in Nakuru, highs of 30 and lows of 14, and we'll see lows of 12 in a cloudy Nyeri at 15, going to highs of 27. It's 13 and clear in Eldoret, highs of 26 and lows of 12, and looking into a partly cloudy Mombasa, we'll see highs of 31 and lows of 24. It's 26 and partly cloudy in Malindi, highs of 31. It'll come down to lows of 26, and it's clear at 22 in Kisumu, going to highs of 31 through Monday. 33 will be the high in Kakamega, where it's currently clear at 17. Looking into Kampala, mostly cloudy conditions at 21, highs of 27 and lows of 18. And at 27, Dar es Salaam is mostly cloudy, going to highs of 31. It's 14 and cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 33 in a clear Lagos at 27. It's 22 and mostly cloudy in Kinshasa, we'll see highs of 29. 7 degrees and sunny in Beijing, highs of 12 and lows of 6. It's bang on 0 in Paris, mostly cloudy conditions, going to highs of 7 and lows of -1. 2 degrees and partly cloudy in London, highs of 8 and lows of 2, and it's 6 degrees clear in New York Sunday night, coming into Monday, highs of 9 and lows of 0.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
All right.
4.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Esther Fafi says good morning.
Esther who?
T-H-A-T-H-I.
Okay.
Yo. Spice FM, good morning, wonderful people. Ndu, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. Eric CT, Mambo VP.
Mambo poa.
Uh-huh.
Mambo mazuri sana.
Thank you very much. He says he's tuned in from the city as usual, and he says the city centre iko sawa sana. All right. Dennis Muremi is saying, watching and listening all the way from Doha in Qatar. He says your shows are very educative and interesting. Why, thank you, sir. Victor Viambo, Ndoko, good morning. How is our candidate, Mr. Obi, doing? I'll tell you, just wait a bit. Say hi to those two gentlemen. Those two gentlemen, I greet thee. Greetings come from Victor Viambo.
Thank you. Good morning, Victor.
Thank you. Who again? Mochama James Onwonga says, good morning. Team Kubwa getting you loud and clear from Gigiri. Happy week to you. Henry Malumo is tuned in from Darajani and says he can do all things through Christ who strengthens him. Okay. Pauline Shiro says, good morning, ready for this new week. Have a great one. And to you too. Cleofa Salam is asking questions. He says, what did you guys use to buy shares in Rigiji's company limited or loyalty taxes? People bought shares and I didn't know.
She's asking whether we used our loyalty or our taxes to buy shares in Rigiji's company.
Which one did you
Which
use?
company is that?
The one that has now...
This one that has
shares that
shareholders.
Kenya government.
That one?
Yes.
Okay. What was the question again?
Did you use loyalty or taxes to buy your shares?
I don't understand, but you just...
you just stew in that for a minute. Pablo Moja, good morning. Senator, we see you. I don't know your question, but okay, great. Collins Kiptai Kipsat says, good morning, tuning from Eldoret. Invite Gachuo and Okanga. To where? Why? Kaka Frank says, Tupo site, Twende Nalo, Naziri Kwepo, he's in Eldoret. Alfredson is also here with us and he's tuning from Kurosoi North, Sitoito. Like that. Bondet Sauset is where Tony is tuned in from. Wangeshi Terry is joining us as well. Chris is also in the room. And Baywa Macha, it's been a minute. How are you? Good morning from Cheptais. I want to say good morning from Chapatis. Good morning from Cheptais in Bungoma County. And Sami Dunda is tuned in from Kobujoy in Nandi. Is it Kobuchoy or Kobujoy? You know, I have to ask because there's a reason.
Imeandikwaje?
Kobuchoy.
Yes. That's what it is.
No. Imeandikwa Kobujoy. Kobujoy.
Sasa ni hivyo basi.
Sawa basi. George Dongo says good morning. He's tuned from just over here.
Unless wewe ni mchinga, hauwezi kupronounce choi kama choi.
Kisababu na uliza. Charles Njenga is tuned in from Mombasa. And Kehehyo. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. I don't mean to. Help me, Eric, now. Why are you seeing a girl suffer like this? Why are you allowing me to suffer? Butchering somebody's name.
What he just said.
What did he say?
Kehiohi Kenyanjui.
Say it again.
Kehiohi.
Kenyanjui. Good morning. Robert Bogo says he's tuned in. Everybody, good morning. Waterman Jeffrey tuned in from the States. Monis Janev is asking where is Siti Muga. This man who sits before me is actually Siti Muga, Monis. He's here.
What photo?
He's here, Mama. We can.
What photo did they post today? Does it have Siti Muga?
Siti is here. They're here, Mama. They're here. He's here. Siti is here. Okay. Everybody's online today. I can see all of you. Pardon me if I don't get to you. Simon Odhiambo. Daniel Kanye is here. Atieno Jermaine says, I hope you didn't carry work home this weekend, Siti. I hope you didn't carry work home. Solomon Noisemaker. Have you named yourself like that? Good morning to you. Joshua Nsongo tuned in as well from Izoge. Beatrice Njenya is also tuned in this morning. Kilimambogo is the view that Stanley sees this morning and says, hello, good morning, everybody. I can see you. I can't get to all of you because, time doesn't allow.
Yes.
But karibu.
Karibuni sana kila mutu. 27th day of February 2023. 1 day to go. No, not 1 day. It's actually going on until the 3rd of February. Until the end of the week. So you have this last week. Sign up today for Showmax and you get an extra month free.
Indeed.
If you just sign up. Choose your package, what you want.
For as little as 300 bob, man. What is it that you want? Choose. Cool. Pay. Showmax says, I see you, I match you give, take.
Kabisa. City.
Yes.
Do like that with the proverb. Where are we today?
Uganda.
Aha.
Sebo.
We are in Uganda, our immediate neighbor. To the?
Who knows whether it's the west or the north? Somewhere.
Tutaleta hiyo inchi hapa tushikane na barabara moja usijali.
Exactly. And in fact, what is even more important, this one we don't have to bring the lake together. The lake is already there.
It's already there.
And we share it with Tanzania and Uganda. Right. Interesting country this. Interesting things about it. It was a protectorate from 1894 to 1962. Do you know the difference between a protectorate and a colony?
Tell us.
Well, a colony is when a foreign nation takes over your country completely and they bring in their own settlers to help them run the affairs of the nation which they have taken over. It's essentially taking over completely.
Okay.
Meaning you actually don't have a say. They tell you what to do and you abide.
Right.
Okay. Protectorate, but these are definitions which are provided by those
who did the protectoring and the colonization.
Yes, but precisely. Yes. Protectorate is when they give you some sense of self-autonomy, but they provide you with protection.
Against whom?
Other people who might want to come and take over the land.
Okay.
Yes, okay. That protection which they have told you need, they provide it. Have you got that one? They protectorate, simply. So it's not full colony.
So they didn't have a governor at that point?
They did.
When you're a protectorate, do you have a governor?
You do. But you'll find, for instance, a good example is, Uganda, why the semi-autonomy thing would work was because Uganda had many kingdoms.
Yes.
So the understanding was you allowed the kingdom to more or less function in a way that could be referred to again by the colonialists as semi-autonomous. Okay? Meaning you let them do what they want to do according to what you've allowed them to do. That sort of thing. So they're actually free to do what they want to do according to what you've allowed them to do. Yes.
Higher. The proverb?
Yes. The beautiful, now this one, listen carefully, it's gender neutral. Okay? The beautiful are like a dog with a big, beautiful eyes.
Dog is masculine.
I am continuing. Dog is animal. Don't get gender sensitive on me. Okay?
They.
Might turn out to be a thieving dog or a good hunter.
I will say that proverb again.
Yes. The beautiful are like a dog with big, beautiful eyes. There's some dogs who have really lovely eyes. Look at them. And they talk. These dogs who have the capacity to look woye. They're those ones.
Okay?
Yes, exactly. Might turn out to be a thieving dog or a good hunter.
Okay. So don't be lied to by the beauty.
Eyes, especially eyes.
Don't be lied to by the beauty. Here's a beautiful thing here. Turn out to be a thief. Or a good hunter. Hiya, let's look at the headlines quick before we take a traffic break.
Okay, so what are we looking at on front pages today? Really quickly, 1 trillion tax debt at the heart of the KRA purge. That's in shillings. That will be interesting to look at. Raila says that his State House march is on as planned, and governors take on control of budget over funds. We're also seeing that some governors have been spending a pretty shilling, so a pretty penny rather. Let's leave it at a pretty penny. Covering Jill Biden, how she came. Poll results from Nigeria expected soon. On the front page of The Nation, exposed governors' bad spending habits. And then there's, pictures there of Simba Arati, Kawira Mwangaza, Issa Timami, Wavinya Ndeti, Ochilo Ayako, Susan Keheka, Kimani Wamatangi, Julius Malombe, Ken Lusaka, and Mutula Kilonzo Jr. Allah!
All of them are
spending
badly.
That one needs explanation.
We will tell you.
That's the front page of The Nation.
Front page of The Nation. That's what it is. Boom, boom. Shots fired. Okay. Alarm as Kenya's rivers run dry. I don't know why it's an alarm because, what did you expect?
Over a long period of time often means...
Why? It's not an alarm. Alarm is something that ding and you're like, no, this one has been dry.
Now
okay.
Which alarming state?
Nigerians await as vote counting has started. So we're waiting for that. Raila is talking to the West and he's saying, don't meddle in our affairs. Don't do it. And if you are wondering, schools are yet to receive 9 billion shillings for JSS. As we're here talking, they've been in school for 22 days. They're yet to receive the money.
Okay.
Oh, sawa.
Ni sawa. The Business Daily, watchdog forces Jumia to be liable for defective goods. Jumia will now be liable for the safety and quality of products sold on its platform by third-party merchants after the competition watchdog, the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, forced it to overhaul its terms and conditions. The Commerce Competition Commission, which has been investigating the conduct of Jumia since September 2021, has forced Jumia to make the changes in a move aimed at protecting consumers. So I think of it, goods are delivered to you, bondo, Jumia says, same merchant. Shauri yako. We don't care. You're liable. Banks stuck with 330 billion shillings of COVID-19 restructured loans. That's a headline there. And on the ticker, one of the big ones here is private firms to battle NSSF for new billions in pension. They're angling for a share of the billions from enhanced pension contributions following the enactment of the NSSF Fund Act. Higher. City?
Star.
Yes.
On the right-hand top corner in green, Menezes obituary. This is a story. It's a human interest story. Woman's ashes flown to Nairobi in honor of her last wish. Story of a lady who met her husband, the heartthrob of her life, 1952 in Zanzibar. They lived in Kenya all their lives. Husband died 28 years ago. Then she went to live with one of her 4 children in Switzerland. She passed away. Her last wish was that her ashes should be brought back and buried next to her husband here in Kenya. Nairobi, to be precise.
Allah?
Yes. Then, headline, bang in the middle of the paper, Raila boycotts new IEBC selection panel. Snubs recruitment. Azimio has refused to nominate one person to sit on the committee. Opposition and Kenya Kwanza would have sent a name to make the full list of 7. That is page 4 and 5.
Okay.
Okay. Then, again, in the middle there's this picture, lovely picture. KWS officers ear notch black rhinos at all Pajeta conservancies. Ear notch is when they put this particular, yes,
tag on the ear.
Yeah, they staple something on the ear of the. It's a beautiful picture of how this guy is actually battling a rhino. It's quite interesting to observe.
Why did they wait for it to be that big? Where were they when it was? Yeah.
If they didn't wait, how would we know they're working?
Okay.
All right.
Wrestling a 1-ton animal to the ground.
How many of them? There are 8. There are like 8 people there.
8? What do you mean? They're around 14.
Voila.
There are some who are clearly just observing.
Just waiting.
Just
in
waiting
case
to see.
they can say
If
run.
the thing bucks, they're all gone.
Then, KDF bombs Samburu caves after bandits kill area chief.
Oh, more that thing, eh?
Yep, they bomb cave. Bomb.
They killed the area chief.
Yes.
Yokitu.
And 2 NDF agents.
Higher.
Then inside, plan to raid universities of ghost students and staff. So even our universities have ghost students and ghost staffs.
Ghost students. That's a very interesting phenomenon.
Pesa wewe.
Pesa.
Very interesting.
Capitation ilo wajua.
Yeah. That's how you make money.
Yes.
22 minutes to 7. Fly better with Emirates. If you're flying and you're thinking of, okay, so people are starting to move now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so
89%. IATA is telling you those are the numbers.
Those are the numbers, movements. So as you think of moving, either you're coming into the country or getting out of the country, wherever you're going, think of flying Emirates and fly business or first class. You deserve it. And actually you get the best treatment when you're up there in the sky. You feel like you're actually in a hotel somewhere. 22 to 7.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Get 2 months of Showmax for the price of 1 in a give. Real housewives, rich auntie vibes, and that bling. Sama kuamoka.
Toast to luxury.
In a give, single Cassie, girl power.
Cheers!
And gravity-defying Top Gun victory flyby. Woo! In a give kupindukia. So subscribe now to get 2 months for the price of 1 from only 300 shillings for limited time. In a give Showmax. Sign up at showmax.com.
All right, so looking at traffic building up in several parts of the city this morning, coming off Mombasa Road, a little bit here and there. It's actually not too bad. On Limuru Road, traffic heavy. Coming into the city, also we're looking at the Thika Superhighway, Githurai, and then coming out from that area, you're going to come all the way through to the Pangani Underpass, and there's quite some traffic here as well. Into the cities where it's all coming this morning. Mombasa Road now seems to have eased off just a bit, but then it's going to build up as you come past the Nyeri Stadium the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. Let's look at Jogo Road, which started early as well. And as you get to the City Stadium roundabout, you're going towards Landis, and there's some traffic there. All right. Apart from that, I think everybody's just getting up to it, but it does look like it's going to be pretty busy. We'll keep an eye on things and see what happens closer to 7. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
All right.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
These governors and how they've gone. Or actually, let me tell you what's going on in Nigeria. First of all, we know adjectives that we want to use. Africa's most populous nation went to the polls Saturday morning. We did see quite a lot of action earlier on in the day where polls opened late, unfortunately, in very many states. The numbers that we're looking at, quite a number. So essentially, we're looking at 18,000, polling centers opened late. We then saw that at around 11, most folks got into it. And then voting started. The problem was that a lot of people then, because of what is being used, the BVR machine, that people could not find themselves on the machine in order to be registered to vote.
Okay.
So that was the first problem. And then people started to go crazy.
All right.
We saw that Lagos, which is a vital state, when it comes to these things, usually because of the deciding factor. Lagos has close to 20 million people. About a tenth of the population is domiciled in Lagos. It's also the state of it's also the home state of Tinubu, who is one of the candidates up for election this year. So there was some fracas in Lagos, there was some fracas in Abuja, and some other states, but generally people went to the vote. Now, what we saw then was quite a lot of involvement at polling centers, at polling units, and INEC staff also. There was some mago involved, whereby INEC officials just decided that they were not going to show up.
Mago?
Oh, sorry. There was just some foul. It seemed like there was some foul play involved. So INEC officials that just didn't show up.
Foul play is mago.
Yeah, so you can use that, please.
Okay.
Decided that they were not going to show up. So the police army was, deployed to many areas. There were calls for the army to arrest the police in quite a number of cases. It sounds humorous, but it was true. INEC at some point stopped the vote count. INEC is IEBC. Okay. INEC decided at some point, okay, you know what, folks, this is becoming too much. There's too much involvement. Things are just getting scary. And so Festus Okoye, who is the National Commissioner and Chairman, says that there have been challenges experienced with the INEC result viewing portal, which is the IREV. The Commission is aware of these challenges. They fully appreciate the concerns of the public on the situation and welcome various suggestions that they've received from concerned Nigerians. They've said it's important to avoid statements and actions that can heat up the polity at this time or promote disaffection towards the Commission. So, don't come for us. But they've said that they take full responsibility to the problems and regret the distress that has caused the candidates' political parties as well as the electorate. So vote counting then resumed, is going to resume this morning in about 2 hours. So it'd been on hold for 24 hours. They were not going to continue it last night because it was just too crazy. So 8 o'clock Nigeria time is when vote counting will resume, which is about 3 hours and 17 minutes from now. All right, that's what it looks like. it will be interesting to see what happens because some of the results have started trickling in, and what was expected to be retained was retained. But everybody's waiting with bated breath. This was the highest vote register in the history of a Nigerian election. This was the highest turnout in the history of a Nigerian
So the turnout was good?
Very, very good.
Okay.
And you could
and
tell.
Everybody who turned out managed to vote?
No. There were a number of people who didn't vote, especially with the fracas that we saw in some places.
Okay.
Because there were hired goons who came and just, turned everything upside down. So people did not get to vote. The machine also did not work for a number of cases. So people could not find themselves.
Do they have a complementary manual system?
They had a manual system.
Okay.
So now after that, then people were able to start voting using the manual system. So generally, overall, it was a peaceful election. Again, high numbers. For the first time in a long time, it's being said that Nigerians were taking this election into their hands by voting.
Can I ask a question? What would need to happen for the elections to be considered unpeaceful?
That's a good question.
Rhetorical, maybe. We can look into it as the days go by.
For it to be non-peaceful. Wow.
Yes. If there's widespread violence, then...
If there's widespread violence, for whatever reason,
that disrupts the
board,
exercise.
You're receiving reports that people actually did not vote because of 1, 2, 3, then you could say probably.
That's not a peaceful election.
Yeah.
Free, fair, and democratic. Okay. Well, we'll be watching what's happening in Nigeria. That headline in the Standard today, 1 trillion shilling tax debt at the heart of KRA purge. So the Kenya Revenue Authorities bid to recover 1 trillion shillings in unpaid taxes from former government officials could have informed last week's purge of its top officials. The board sent packing the Commissioner General James Mboro and 6 other commissioners in what was the biggest purge of the authority in recent years. According to an insider who sought anonymity, this purge stemmed from investigations that indicated that some senior officials in the previous government had been exempted from paying taxes. Okay. Yesterday, the chairman of KRA, his name is Anthony Mwaura, said they sent the team packing after they realized that there were individuals in the previous government who were still being paid tax refunds. There are firms dealing with milk and bread that were given 5 billion shilling tax refunds as late as last week. Firms dealing in milk and bread. Tax refund of 5 billion shillings. We are pushing Kenyans to pay taxes, and KRA is refunding people billions illegally. That's what Kimwara said. Now, that is why we said enough is enough and purge them. We will, through the help of the Treasury, ensure that unnecessary tax exemptions are reversed. He said in the past 3 years, the country has lost about 1 trillion shillings because of tax abandonment, exemption, and refunds to local companies and multinationals, and the KRA board would stop at nothing in recovering the money. People think we are fighting a lost cause, but they'll be surprised. I have targets to meet with my board, and I will not relent. We are committed, even if it means risking our lives, to see this country become self-reliant on taxes. This is what the KRA chairman has said.
Okay, so the same KRA, that's okay, so.
Yeah. He continued to say, we cannot be pushing hard to meet our targets for taxes so that Kenyans can enjoy a better life, and then there are leakages seeping through KRA. We are determined to stop as we increase the tax bracket. He noted they had increased their target by 400 billion shillings from 2.2 trillion to 2.7 trillion shillings, and they achieved this by sealing the loopholes from tax cheats, illegal refunds, unnecessary exemptions, and complicit employees. We want to have a balanced budget with a collection of 4 trillion by 2026. This requires that we weed out those shenanigans used previously. We want to increase the tax from property from 6% to at least 70%, increase VAT collections from 4% to 6%, and on and on and on. He's basically saying there are people who are playing the system. He has used the word illegally, I'm not sure.
And everything he has said, I suspect there's evidence to support what he's saying.
We hope so.
Because it has been spoken. It is always easy to speak. It is also very easy to justify what you've done. Yes. But when we had the senator of Nandi County here. He also mentioned something, and with regards to this particular government getting rid of people who were in the previous government who didn't uphold or have the vision that this current government has. You know, that may be said, and he has a valid point in that you want to put people who share the vision with you.
Yes.
But the more utterances we hear, similar to this one here, it is beginning to sound that the previous government did nothing right. And that this particular government is the one who is now coming to do everything.
It's coming to right all the wrongs.
All the wrongs that are there.
Yes.
It's a really tall order. Really tall order. Because some of these things are beyond human capacity. And you may say you're going to write them, but you can't. It's like someone telling me, I will end the drought. You will. Okay? We can hear you, but will you? Can you? Did you bring it on in the first place? Anyway.
What the political leaders need to realize is that we need to separate between politics and professional civil service. Because the civil service should not be politicized at all. You cannot say that there are people in the civil service who are supporting the other administration. There should be nobody in the civil service who is aligned to any administration.
And even if they're aligned and they're performing their duties well, you see, now then we get in the realm of what? The rights that people have. Surely.
No, they shouldn't be openly aligned. That's the point.
Yes.
The point is a professional civil service serves the civil service.
It serves the nation.
Yep.
You're a servant of the nation.
Yep.
Not of the political party.
Not of the political party.
Even if you're appointed. But then how do we divorce ourselves from this mindset that we have? That when someone is appointed, they owe their allegiance to the person who has appointed them and not to the service to which they've been appointed.
Yeah. That's why we should reduce the number of appointive positions.
But it appears that this particular government believes that they should appoint as many people as they possibly can. And the understanding with the appointments is that your allegiance is to the person
appointing authority.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Even when your function should be that of a public servant. Yes.
Hi. The star.
Right. An interesting story here. None of this political stuff.
Which one are you looking for?
I am looking
the right hand blue corner, green corner.
No. The blue corner, I said as much as needed to be said on that particular one.
Okay.
I'm looking at easing U.S. inflation to boost remittances to Kenya and Africa. Okay? This is the star on page 71. The country
71.
Did I say 71?
Yeah.
I meant 11.
Oh. Hey.
You meant 11. I meant 11. No, actually I misread. The 11, the way it's written 11, the first 11 looks like it has a little thing attached to it. So, yes. 11. Countries among top receivers according to ZEF holding company of world rent. Okay? The easing of inflation in the U.S., which has cooled for the 11th consecutive month in January, albeit high Fed rates, is expected to boost remittances to Kenya, analysts predict. But even as Kenyans in the diaspora continue to work on squeezed budgets to maintain sending money back home in support of family, friends, and personal investments, with the country among the leading recipients according to ZEPZ data, the holding company of World Remittance and Sendware. U.S. is Kenya's top remittance source, recorded an annual inflation rate of 6.4% in January, down from 6.5% in December, which has eased from the 4-decade high of 9.1%. Why did I choose this story?
Yes.
I'm simply saying how intertwined we are with the rest of the world. Our remittances, as of last year, this is data coming home, this in January alone, this January.
This year, January.
Yes. The amount in shillings which was sent home by Kenya in the diaspora was 44.2 billion shillings. Just January. Okay? Now, we are saying that given that the bulk of the remittances that we get in the country come from the U.S., inflation eases. It means the dollar that they earn will be able to buy them more, but it also means they will be in a position to send
us more.
Precisely. So it simply means that there'll be more remittances coming into the country.
So tuombea Amerika.
Tuombea Amerika sana.
Tukifanya maombi hapa, tunaambia na Baba ukumbuke Amerika.
Yes.
watoto wetu ambao wako huko,
yes,
wazidi kuwabariki.
Na mvua ikinyesha Kenya, Mungu
inyeshe Amerika,
inyeshe mingi kule. Yes.
Hi, Ndu.
Yes.
Hey. No, Ndu, you're off mic. What happened to your mic? Is your mic connected to the thing?
Yes.
Make sure it's connected.
Start again.
Can you hear me now? No, you're completely away. Hiya. Try that other one.
This one. No, there are two here. Oh, you can come here and try this one.
Try that mic.
And this one?
That one, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now let me tell you.
What you did with that other one with your neck things.
And this one now?
Hmm?
Is it working now?
No, it's not.
Bus.
Just use that mic. We'll sort it out.
Okay.
Tell us about the governors.
Let me tell you about the governors. They've been exposed. They've been spending a pretty penny. And the quest for better schools, roads, hospitals remains a mirage, as development is not a priority for counties, it would appear. According to spending reports that expose little allocations for growth in the last 6 months. And on all this, all 47 governors have violated the law and are guilty as charged. So, recurrent spending for every 1 shilling put into development, 99.8 million in Kisii County. Or rather, I'm sorry, let me start again. Recurrent spending for every shilling put into development is 99 shillings in Kisii, is 65 shillings in Meru, it's 38 shillings in Lamu, is 22 shillings in Machakos, is 22 shillings in Migori, is 20 shillings in Nakuru, is 19 shillings in Kiambu, 19 in Kitui, 18 in Bungoma.
In 19
and
shillings?
Yes.
Or million?
No. Recurrent spending for every shilling put into development. So you have 1 shilling put into development, then you have 99 recurrent in you get it in Kisii.
Okay.
You understand? So there's very little money that's being put into development, and they've been exposed. They're paying lip service to development. According to the Controller of Budget, he's saying that all governors have violated the law that requires a minimum of 30% of the county government's budget to be allocated towards development expenditure. But some have very little allocations for growth as they continue to splash on consumption.
Okay.
So, ideally, for every 1 shilling allocation on development, spending on recurrents like salaries and allowances must not exceed 2.3. But in some counties, the ratio has ballooned to 100 shillings. The implication is that there is poor access to healthcare, and that the sick in some regions walk long distances to access hospitals, impassable roads that block farmers from carrying their produce to market, and poor access to early childhood development education. These things will persist. Those are the consequences of what we are seeing.
Okay. Is the Controller of Budget talking about the budget as passed? Is she saying that the budget is illegal, or is she saying that the spending is what is flouting the budget?
The spending
is flouting the budget?
Yes.
Okay.
That is an illegality for you to spend such little money on development, whereas you're spending so much more on recurrent expenditure.
But in the end, at the end of the year, will the governors, if the governors receive the money that the county is supposed to have received, will the governors have spent less or more of the 30% that they're supposed to have spent? Because that's the point. If today, if the money that's coming into the county is coming in trickles, and the only money that comes then goes into paying salaries, because you do not have enough money to even commission any project, any development project. If
then
you
it's
cannot,
a problem.
Yeah.
The COB report shows that over the last 6 months, for example, Simbarati has been in office. Each shilling he requested to channel the county's development projects, he requested an additional 93 to use on recurrent activities, mainly on salaries and allowances.
Okay.
That's just an example.
That's where the issues are.
Yes.
There's a similar story in the Standard, which is also talking about governors and the budget controller in a war of words over funds release, where she has been raising concern about the amount of money that the governors are seeking to withdraw to spend. And the Council of Governors, led by the chairman of the Finance Committee of the Council of Governors, Fernandez Barasa, who is a Parasa. He's a governor for where? Kakamega County. He says the Office of the Controller of Budget has in each county a budget coordinator who, among others, verifies supporting documents for withdrawal of funds from the county revenue funds and processes all requisitions. Basically, the control of a budget has been saying, wait, you're asking for money for allowances. Bring appropriate documentation. No appropriate documentation, I am not approving this. Now the governors are saying, but see, you have an officer here in county. If that officer did not ask questions, why are you asking questions up there?
Up there. Start down there and tell us what's going on down there.
Be efficient as an office.
Nonsense.
So it's a big one, this one coming up.
It is.
Yeah. But they're all just, why are you spending money on allowances without appropriate documentation? You should just do the right thing. Anyway, keep it here for more. Good morning, 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Visiting U.S. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden departed from Nairobi Sunday evening after ending a 3-day tour in Kenya. The visit to the country was part of a 5-day tour of Africa that featured Namibia. During her tour, she visited drought-affected communities in Kenya and appealed for wealthy nations to give more as the Horn of Africa suffers its driest conditions in decades, further calling for a greater spotlight on the record-breaking drought which threatens 22 million people in Kenya, Somalia, and Ethiopia with starvation.
The United States is providing 70% of the budget, the money that's coming into this region. But we cannot be the only ones. We need to have other countries join us in this global effort to help these people of the region. And unfortunately, there's the war in Ukraine, there's the earthquake in Turkey. I mean, there are a lot of competing interests, but obviously, here, livestock people are starving.
She said the United States has continued to give relief, adding that it will continue to support relief efforts across the globe.
Their livestock are dying. Obviously, you can see the drought here, how bad it is. The one source of water here feeds 12 villages, and each village has approximately 1,000 to 1,200 people. So they are coming here, the people are coming to get water, they're bringing their livestock to get water. But unfortunately for many of them, the way they make their living is from their livestock. And for most of them, the livestock are dying. So they're having a hard time. Their children are malnourished. They cannot feed their children. They cannot afford to send their children to schools.
President William Ruto has maintained his administration's focus on pressing economic challenges, saying he will not spare time to engage in petty politics. Speaking during a church service in Peketoni, Lamu County, the head of state called on residents and Kenyans at large not to involve themselves in tribal politics.
Wakenya wote wanalipa ushuru na mimi nitahakikisha kwamba tunashughulikia Wakenya wote bila ya ubaguzi. Mambo haya mengine ni mambo yamepitwa na wakati. We want to be united, we want to be focused, kwa sababu dunia ingine ile yote haitungojei. Watu wanapiga hatua ya kwenda mbele. Hatuwezi kuwa tunapanga mambo ya maandamano, wengine wakipanga mambo ya kupiga hatua ya kwenda mbele. Tutabaki nyuma, and we will not do that.
And Azimio leaders are now asking their supporters to prepare to march to State House in the next 10 days to raise their concerns over the rising cost of living. Azimio leader Raila Odinga has reiterated that his followers are ready to use their constitutional powers to hold the government accountable, which insists is illegitimate.
Our understanding that these issues are urgent and need to be acted on now, and that we shall not hesitate to resort to people's power to realize the objectives should Kenya Kwanza fail to act. And in 10 days, sawa.
On allegations that the government is planning to persuade foreign nations to impose restrictions on him, including preventing him from traveling to those countries, Odinga has maintained that he will not be threatened.
Sikia wanasema tio sasa baba analeta kuleta fujo, asikubaliwe kuzuru kwenda katika nchi zingine ng'ambo. Sina haja. Hatutaki nchi nyingine aingilie mambo yetu ya kindani ya Kenya. Wachie sisi wa Kenya tutengeneze mambo yetu. Kama kuna uchafu hapa Kenya, ni kazi yetu sisi kusafisha. Kama kuna wizi ya kura, ni kazi yetu sisi kusafisha. Tutatumia katiba yetu.
Together with other Azimio leaders, including Kalonzo Musyoka, Martha Karua, they have said that he has no problem with other countries and the government's move to stop him cannot solve the problems facing Kenyans.
Sisi hatuna shida na nchi zingine za kigeni, hata nchi jirani, hapana. Sisi tuko marafiki na nchi zingine zote.
Hakuna balozi. Nataka mjue hakuna balozi atajaribu. Vile watajaribu, angalieni wakati walifanya what they wanted to do the Arab Spring. There was Tahrir Square, Misri. Juzi watu wa Sri Lanka walitimua watu ambao walikuwa wanapora.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Osato. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, Monday morning seems like it's going to be a busy one in most parts of the city this morning. Jogger Road, very heavy traffic. We're looking at also coming off Heshima Avenue and then joining with Jogger Road, very, very busy. Folks are trying to get off of that to then find an easier route into the city. Not quite sure what has happened today that's different from other days, but it looks like it's quite something, at least for now. All right, let's look at what's going on Thika Superhighway. Well past that outer ring junction, traffic is busy. It's coming in from Clayworks, heavy, and it's probably going to be there for some time. Service lanes are looking good. There's an option for you to use. And Limuru Road started busy as well very early and is still continuing. All right, looking into Naivasha Road and then connecting with Gitanga Road, coming off towards Ngong Road, that's also starting to pile up as well. Okay, we're looking at Magadi Road this morning, coming in from Rongai. Very busy traffic that has started. It's going to connect with Langata Road, and we'll probably see that join through at the Nyeri Stadium roundabout later. It's a few minutes after 7 o'clock. Traffic is heavy in most parts. Let's take a look in about half an hour. Let us know what's going on where you are. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Welcome to the second hour of the Situation Room. Happy Monday. It's the 27th day of February 2023. It's the second last day of the month of February, and it's the beginning of the final week of the month of the offer from Showmax.
Exactly.
Where they say if you sign up today,
we'll match it. So spend as little as 300 shillings on your Showmax package this month. You've got a few more days to do that. And Showmax, because Showmax in a give, will give you another month absolutely free. I mean, who doesn't want to do that? Very little that you can get free nowadays, and Showmax is saying we'll do that for you. So Showmax in a give this month, a few more days to do that. Get your subscription up and another month at your feet for nothing.
That's it.
Imagine. Just like that.
So make sure you take advantage of this. It ending at the end of this week.
Yes.
This is Friday the 3rd. Make sure that you are signed up today. Showmax. Get another extra month for free. We have a guest in the studio, the Honorable Peter Kaluma, MP, Homa Bay constituent. Hey, we're hosting very many people from Homa Bay, you guys. Hey.
You didn't say Homa Bay Town.
Homa Bay Town.
There are people from Homa Bay, and then there is one person from Homa Bay Town. Yeah, that's Aruro. or villages.
That's
please. Okay.
That's the distinction.
It's a distinction.
A modern urbanized leader of urbanized modern people.
Right.
You gotta get it right, my friend.
These are my baby people.
By the way, to be specific,
they have it.
When you're in Homa Bay town, you need to be specific. You're in Kanyada. Yes.
I didn't know you know that.
You do not just...
What does Kanyada mean?
And you didn't call it Kanyada.
No.
It is Canada. I call it Canada.
Right.
She said it's called what?
Nyadi.
Nyadi.
Yes, you Nyadi.
This is it.
This is it.
In full display. Hi. People from Kisumu and Siaya, please come. Please come to the show.
Yeah.
Throw in Migori while we're at it.
And Migori.
Yes.
Yes? Well, we have a Kisumu man here, so we feel that all the time. Maybe we've gotten used to it.
Yeah, so now this is a bit.
City.
Yes.
Why don't you welcome Washimiwa with the day's proverb?
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the country of Uganda. Last week was Tanzania.
Yes.
So we're in East Africa.
Yes.
The beautiful are like a dog with big, beautiful eyes. Might turn out to be a thieving dog or a good hunter.
The beautiful
are like a dog with big, beautiful eyes.
Yes.
Might turn out to be a thieving dog or a good hunter.
Okay.
If you've never lived the rural life or you've never hunted with dogs, this proverb may not make sense to you. Yes.
But if you have,
you can immediately see a thieving dog is a sort of dog that waits when you're eating, because a lot of eating in the rural areas is out in the open. It'll wait when people are not looking, then it'll grab something and take off. That's a thieving dog.
Off.
It runs. It knows. It runs away. Yes.
Mashimo, what do you think this proverb is telling us?
Don't judge a book by its cover. I think that is another proverb that can be used in the alternative. That really don't look at things as good and believe they are good. Like that beautiful dog, which turns out to be a thief. The beauty in the face could be deceptive. So it is alerting you simply to not being deceived.
Don't be deceived.
Yeah, go beyond the skin.
By what you see. Oshimiwa, we are in possession of a letter which is said to have been authored by you and sent to the attention of the Speaker of the National Assembly, dated the 22nd of February last week. Bill to prohibit homosexuality and promotion thereof. And you say, Mr. Speaker, the above matter refers, I intend to bring legislation to criminalize and punish homosexuality and other unnatural sexual acts, and to further criminalize the promotion of such acts in Kenya. The proposed law, intended to further the provisions of Article 45(2) of the Constitution of Kenya and to protect the family, will not only consolidate all existing laws relating to unnatural sexual acts, but also increase the penalty for those convicted of engaging or promoting the acts to imprisonment for life or commensurate sentence. I request your office to grant necessary facilities in and of this urgent endeavor. Yours faithfully, the Honorable George Peter Kaluma, MP, Homa Bay Town constituency. This is from you.
Yeah, that is my letter.
Is the bill ready?
Yeah, the bill is as good as ready. It will be published through the processes of Parliament as soon as the Speaker avails the facilities I've requested for.
Okay.
From my end, it is already drafted.
Okay. Okay, so what is the purpose of this? What's the reason?
Yes, I've stated the reasons in part in the letter. One is that we have so many laws, dealing with the matter of homosexuality and those unnatural acts. If you look at the Penal Code, you'll find some provisions. You look at the Sexual Offences Act, you'll find some scant provisions. you look at the Article 45, I think particularly sub-Article 2, which I refer to in that letter, you'll find, the foundational provision. Like what we did with the Marriage Act in the 11th Parliament, I want to consolidate all those laws into one, so that you have one text of a law in Kenya you can pick, and everything to do with homosexuality, how homosexuals are to be dealt with or treated, everything to do with unnatural, sexual, behavior, including these ones in which you see people, sleeping with animals. You get a text and you have it all there. So one purpose is consolidation, that you have one text you can refer to when you're dealing with those unnatural, sexual behavior.
Okay, so let's go. Go ahead.
Is that we want to increase the penalty regime. If you look at the penal code from, sections 161 going to 165, the offenses of homosexuality and those unnatural sexual acts are provided for. The punishment where there is consent between the parties is 7 years. The punishment where, one party is not consenting is 14 years. And I believe that does not, offer necessary deterrence, does not discourage them as much as it should. So we are increasing the penalty to life imprisonment or commensurate sentence. What do I mean by commensurate sentence? The direction of the world now is not to have you say life imprisonment, but to prescribe the number of years that will keep you in prison
for life,
for the remaining term of your life. So it is something 30 to 40 based on your age. It goes. If you had somebody like Siti Muga, you'd give him, God being gracious, some 30 years. You have Kaluma, some 40 years. And I think would have more. Part of that sentencing, beyond punishment, is also to institute mandatory rehabilitation.
Okay.
I'm speaking from the text I've drafted. I don't know whether Parliament will pass it in its current content, but I'll push very hard for it. And we are looking at mandatory rehabilitation. Some of these people, particularly our young people, the situation of the economy, poverty, the job market, how it is. So some of them get themselves trapped into this immoral sexual behavior, not because they wish, but because of need. And I believe some of those people can be rehabilitated, can be reformed, and then reintegrated back to the society without being pariahs. So I'm instituting mandatory rehabilitation, upon completion of either custodial, sentence or some heavy fine. At the fourth level, I'm looking at those who aid, those who abet, and the law enforcement officers who do not act on these offenses.
On the offense.
Latif, if you look at the laws of...
let me pause you there. I think it's very important for us to be on the same page with you.
Yes.
Define for us homosexuality.
Homosexuality is, same-sex. Same-sex.
Same-sex what?
Kind of sexual relationship. It's where instead of having a man with a woman being intimately engaged, you have a woman with a woman or a man with a man. That is what homosexuality is.
So it only relates to sex?
Yes. Homosexuality.
Only relating to the act of sex?
Correct.
Nothing else?
Nothing else. Homosexuality. Single sex, sexual intercourse.
Okay.
Yeah, that is what it is.
In what part of, how many laws outlaw this?
Yes, I've told you, I've counted 3. We have the Penal Code, Chapter 63 of the Laws of Kenya, from sections 162 down to 165. You will get homosexuality and unnatural, sexual.
So they call these unnatural sexual acts.
Yes, acts. Now that one is the Penal Code, and then we have what we call the Sexual Offences Act at various provisions. okay, if you read them keenly. But I told you the foundational provision in terms of outlawing it in the context of marriage is Article 45, sub-article 2 of the Constitution.
Which talks about marriage, that every adult has a right to marry a person of the opposite sex based on the free consent of the parties.
Correct.
That's on marriage.
Yes, and you note that to what end and what is the thinking around marriage? When a youth in Kenya or your child is growing in Kenya, they are directed to abstain until they are in the unit of the society called, marriage. Yeah, so marriage is the end in terms of our cultural, thinking of actuality. Actually, it should be the do I call it city with your permission? The place for, the kingdom for sexual intimacy. In the African culture, you should not engage except for a few in sexual intimate relationships other than within the context of marriage. And across Africa, living a few communities, how much they valued virginity.
Acceptable context.
Correct. That is the only acceptable context.
Okay, Mheshimiwa, you talk about, even just going towards looking at some of the elements of this bill, as you mentioned, and that you talk about then requiring adequate time for rehabilitation, and which, according to you, now involve counseling. Now, when you talk about rehabilitation, one would assume that those who then engage in homosexuality, that there's something wrong with them. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Because in order for something to be restituted or rehabilitated, it has gone off course, isn't it?
Yes.
So is that what you're saying? That those who engage in homosexuality have a problem or something is wrong?
Yeah, correctly. It is in two phases, Udo. One is that there are people who find themselves being engaged in homosexuality without their consent. And if you look at section 162, 163, 165 of the penal code, they are provided for. And I can tell you it is very rampant. Do you know how it occurs? You have people pretending to be running children's homes. But they are sodomizing children there. I remember the case in Bomet. And they want to warn you where you have a children's home, if you are a leader from there, be, going in, not just to meet the administration, but to talk to those children. So you have cases where people have such rescue centers, people have orphanages, people have children's home, but really because those children have nowhere else to go behind those walls, they are sodomizing them. They are engaging them in unnatural, sexual, acts and conducts. They are messing up and defiling these children in a manner that is not natural. Okay? Now, that facet of people who find themselves essentially, raped in an unnatural way, you need to rehabilitate them, counsel them, because some are very traumatizing. Look at a situation where you are helpless on the street, somebody gives you hope, then sodomizes you. Now, that category should be cancelled. And then there are those who go into this thing based on poverty, a need to satisfy per time. I was telling you about recruitment of people or our young people into homosexuality, largely in slums and rural areas, currently. You get these people, they are not going because they are claiming my sexual orientation or my philosophy is driven towards that. The thing is that I'm being lured into it by circumstances. Those ones also need to be reformed, rehabilitated, counseled, and reintegrated into the society. So it's both ways.
There are very many communities on this continent who actually, within their traditional languages, have a word for homosexuality. Now, the thing about names and naming, they point you directly to something that has existed in those communities. So, when we talk about homosexuality within a Kenyan context or within an African context, I have to ask myself the question, what exactly are we talking about? Are we talking about the process by which the very idea and the concept has been brought into our sphere by the West, because it's an aggressive pushing, and that's what the common term is, an in-your-face approach about it. And or are we talking about something that existed in African communities but was not much talked about, or it was talked about quietly, or is it something that in many African communities was completely outlawed? But lastly, does it consider also that there are people who may be that way inclined, meaning it isn't as though they were brought into contact with homosexuality through what you've mentioned. Somebody forced you, somebody raped you, it wasn't something that you thought about, but that somebody is that way inclined, that they find people of the same gender attractive to them. Now, if these possibilities are possibilities that can be discussed, then I have to ask the question I'm asking again. So what really are we discussing?
Yes, let me respond to you. I'm a Luo in terms of ethnic extraction. I've really researched, I've consulted, people, very old people. Unfortunately, I lost my dad last year. I was a bit knowledgeable on this. And in the Luo, the entire Luo language, I have not come across a word in the Luo culture for homosexuality. And so it lends, confirmation to what you're saying, that the idea of homosexuality is being imposed in most of Africa and most African communities as a practice of some external, countries, largely, the West. Sexuality, or the idea of sex in the African culture, was about family, about procreation. And homosexuality does not go towards that. Homosexuality is some entertainment for which sex was not related in the African context. And that is why in most African cultures, as I told you, something like sexual intimacy was or had its place in marriage and nowhere else. I can tell you, if you are a virgin being married in the African context, you know how much you are honored and gifted as a lady. And valued. And how much you are valued, how much your parents were gifted. If you are being married to an non-virgin, essentially you are gifted away for free.
You're given at a discount.
Yeah. So, yes, you are given not even a discount. In fact, a person could even go with you, free of charge. Nobody cares. And you are deemed as somebody who, devalued the stature of the family, the respect the family should have. Yeah, so this thing called homosexuality, Muga, is not an African thing. The few cases I've heard of it, whoever were found to engage in them were thrown into the wilderness, tied to a tree in some wilderness and eaten by hyenas, mostly, countries of, the south. And that is how it is. But I can tell you, larger Kenya, I don't know which ethnic extraction you come from, Brother Latif. You can tell us what it is called in your extraction. It is not there in Luo. And if it is not there, it means it did not exist.
But let me ask you, Mweshimiwa, because this matter has been, in the public conversations for a while. I keep saying we've had a referendum on this particular issue, actually. If you just go back into the Guy Commission, Guy going around the country, the matter was canvassed. Bomas, the matter was canvassed. In 2010, the matter was canvassed, and it has been a back and forth. Now, the laws as they are, they criminalize, and you've said it clearly, criminalized unnatural sexual acts. And they also directly criminalize same-sex marriage by the Constitution. So why do we need a new law?
Yeah, the reasons.
Because you're saying you're consolidating, you're doing. Why do you need to consolidate? It's clear. If it's about a natural act, there's a law that deals clearly with that. If it's about sexual offense, rape, there's a law that deals with sexual offense and rape. If it's about marriage, the Constitution deals with marriage.
But if beyond consolidation, I've spoken to the inadequacy of the existing law, both in terms of punishment and in terms of dealing with the people who either promote or aid the committal of those offences which are already prescribed in law, and those are not specifically provided for. In most penal laws or laws leading to crime and punishment, you'll have a law stating a punishment against the principal offender, but also people who facilitate or aid it. Okay? Or law enforcement agencies who fail to act against it. I mean, I've just told you, we have the laws, and they are very clear, read them. But go to somewhere in Arboretum, Nairobi, and you'll get a building bigger than that of the Standard Media Group here, with flags flying there openly. Go to the slums around, and you'll get our girls and boys with bangles, the rainbow bangle, which is the signal of membership or belongingness to that society. The question is, how do we have a promotion? How do we have those people openly moving? And our police who are given power to arrest are doing nothing. So this law I'm proposing will seek to punish the act of aiding and abetting this crime. We'll also seek to punish the promotion of this crime, but we'll also sanction the law enforcement officers,
which is why I asked
who seeing the offences are being committed and do nothing.
That's why I asked you for the meaning.
To force them to do something.
Because in your meaning, you expressly described and defined homosexuality as the act of committal of sex by people of the same sex.
Yes.
Now, how would you know somebody is promoting homosexuality just by looking at them, just by how they're dressed, or how they're walking?
Association, what they wear.
When a person proclaims that I belong to this group of people, remember, number one, the Supreme Court made some decision which I believe was a gift to Jill Biden last week. Is she Jill Biden or Biden?
Biden.
Where they are saying that despite these things being criminal, their association should be registered. Okay? Now, that is the argument I see you going to. That so long as you don't find people sexually engaged, you should ignore it. Okay? There is in law what we call an attempt. There is in law the act we call procuring people to commit an offense. And there is a law against association or associating with people who have by themselves proclaimed this is what we stand for. And so the context in which I'm talking about is not a context in which Kaluma has worn this shirt. Okay? But a context where Kaluma openly, overtly is telling you I'm wearing this shirt because I engage in this act which is criminalized by our law. That way we now need to pick you and deal with you.
Let's continue that conversation after this break. The Honorable Peter Kaluma, MP, Homa Bay Town constituency, is our guest. He is intending to introduce a bill in Parliament to criminalize homosexuality and promotion of homosexuality in Kenya. So we're asking for him to explain to us why, what he intends to do with this, and why now. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Mheshimiwa, you have flown to very many parts of the world, and I'm sure you have flown Emirates. Am I correct?
Yes.
Have you flown business or first class Emirates?
We do business as members of parliament. Before I went into parliament, I was flying economy. But as your leader, they forced me now to do business. Because
of your stature.
They say not stature. They say I hold a lot of official, secrets.
Yes.
Which I should not be flaunting with where so many people are. I may be tempted to speak them. So they close me in the business. And I can tell you, it's a beautiful airline.
Tell us.
To be in the business, class section of Emirates.
What's the difference between the other one, the Wananchi one, and the business one?
The Wananchi one, you will never have the opportunity to recline your seat and sleep.
And stretch.
And stretch. I can tell you the business class of Emirates is such that I can be leaving here to go into a meeting straight on arrival in London, and I would not feel those things like jet lag. You go in, you sleep like a baby. You have your full beddings, pillow, do you call them duvets or what? Very, very nice, very white, very clean. You can, do whatever you want to do. The meals are very good. And the manner in which you are treated. We love it as Africans when every word begins and ends with sir. Excuse me, sir. You feel like having something. Sir. And then when you leave your ordinary sitting place, you want to stretch a bit. In the business area of the Emirates, at the upper deck in particular, if you have the bigger ones going up to the US and those are the places, you have an open bar. So you can, in the manner we are seated here, just go there. There would be good drinks if you partake, whether you're dealing with juices, whether they are alcoholic, whether bites, and you chat. So you can actually chat your all way to the destinations. Yeah. The most important thing is the lounges, if you have a layover or, a stop midway. You essentially, Latif, will have access to the business lounges, and you bathe. You dress completely. Nobody would know you're from the airline. In fact, there is a time I went to the US and straight on landing, I was into the conference. And nobody would notice
nobody would know that you're just
very
right.
Fresh, very neat. You live there, well perfumed. Very, very good.
Oh man, I fly better with Emirates.
I'm telling you.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Get 2 months of Showmax for the price of one. In a give, Real Housewives, rich auntie vibes, and that bling. Sama kuamoka.
Toast to luxury.
In a give, single Cassie, girl power.
Cheers!
And gravity-defying Top Gun victory flyby.
Have ready fun yet?
Woo! In a give kupindukia. So subscribe now to get 2 months for the price of one from only 300 shillings for limited time. In a give Showmax. Sign up at showmax.com.
I have a brother. He was a pilot. He was laid off. He came to a policeman. He messed up.
He went from a pilot to a policeman.
Exactly.
He stole a jet.
Yeah.
In fact, you should be lucky he was not court-martialed.
The Spice Drive. Big hair and the biggest hits from the best decade.
Indeed, it's all about hashtag Spice Drive, hashtag Quatch, KWACH, 3 to 7 in the PM.
The Spice Drive, only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Damn.
All right, cloudy conditions at 17 in Nairobi, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 30 in Nakuru at 14. It's 16 and sunny in Nyeri, highs of 27 and highs of 26. In Eldoret, where it's sunny at 13. It's 25 and sunny in Mombasa, highs of 31, and we'll see highs of 31 as well in a sunny Malindi. 21 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 31, and we'll go to highs of 33 in Kakamega. Looking into cloudy conditions in Kampala at 21, and it's sunny at 27 in Dar es Salaam. Looking at 15 and cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 26 and lows of 14, and it's mostly clear in Lagos today at 27. It'll go to highs of 33, and Kinshasa cloudy at 21. We'll see highs of 29.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's heavy on Jogger Road this morning, and whatever is seeping in from actually, people are running away from the other side of the Thika Superhighway, coming round Outer Ring, and folks are ending up on Jogger Road trying to get into the city. Maybe not the quicker way, but it's happening. Gong Road is pretty busy as well, coming into the city. And let's take a look at what's then coming into Bunyala, joining onto Huru Highway. Folks trying to get into the city. It started off very busy, very early this morning. And look at the Thika Superhighway. It's crazy coming in all the way from Kiambu County today. Very slow traffic. Then coming in from out towards Garden City, and then on to the highway seeping into the city. Kiambu Road is an absolute mess. Don't even try it. Not now. It's also busy on Limuru Road, and coming in from Westlands, Waiki Way, pretty crazy. Ring Road, Westlands, James Gishuru, all of that, absolutely crazy at a few minutes after 7:30. Let's take a look in a short while, but Monday morning is a beehive of activity. Keep safe while you do. Let us know what you can use to run away from the traffic. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Conversation with Peter Kaluma, MP, Homa Bay Town constituency, on his proposed bill to criminalize homosexuality and promotion of homosexuality in the country. I was asking him, Washima, unless you want to go back and completely redefine homosexuality from the way you've defined it, how would you be able to even say that a law enforcement officer has not acted on somebody who is promoting homosexuality? Like you said, if Peter Kaluma is wearing this shirt, or if Peter Kaluma was wearing a rainbow shirt today, we can't just look at him and say, oh, because he's wearing a rainbow shirt, he's then promoting homosexuality.
Yeah, in terms of establishing crime, Latif, in our court procedure, there must be something, more. Unless you are saying that kind of wearing is exclusive to that category of people, the mere fact of wearing alone will not, put the police or anybody else in a situation of arresting the person. There must be, therefore, something more.
Yeah.
And that something in law is something, either direct or circumstantial. Either way to be evidenced by direct evidence, like we find you doing the act, which I can tell you is very difficult.
Of course.
Okay, because intimacy is a sexual issue, and for consenting parties, they'll barely go out to say, we did it. Of course, for a situation where you want a non-consenting party, it will come up. Now, in that case, you'll have direct, evidence coupled with, medical tests. But in law, we have situations where crime can be proved by what we call circumstantial evidence. And if the circumstances satisfy the test of proof, then you're done. And those are the things we want to define in law, so that we don't have Kenyans running after everybody merely because of dressing. You can say you're a murderer, but until you murder, we have no issue with you. So we want to, incisively prescribe these elements in law in a way that the people who are targeted and the people who are prosecuted and are ultimately convicted are indeed people who are partakers of that crime.
You speak about the prohibition, or you also speak about the prohibition of awareness of homosexuality and its activities in Kenya. What do you mean by this?
I'm not talking of prohibition, but promotion. Promotion.
So for the promotion of homosexuality,
to be
criminalized as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are also seeking to criminalize the promotion, and one of the things we are going to do is to make it clear. You saw the determination coming from our highest court, last week, where they are saying this thing is criminal to engage in, but though it is criminal, the people have the right to register an association. How do you register an association of criminals? How do you register an association, for instance, of people who are professed, murderers, and something like that? So what the judges are putting us into is to ask, what is this association going to do? And whether if it is going to be registered as an association of homosexuals, what would they be doing in terms of the objects of the association to promote?
The question that comes to mind is,
is
if you registered, meaning you legally allow them to register, have you not then legitimized it?
Yeah.
So you want to legitimize an illegality. It's a bit complex. I mean, Kaluma,
it's a contradiction, and this is why I said that within the week, I will go back to the Supreme Court, to seek not appeal now, because you can't appeal from the Supreme Court, but review, a relook. I'm happy that the judges who made the determination are said to have been 5. So let us have the whole, bench, 7 of them, and let us address, this, opaque misgivings of the 3 judges, because even the 5 did not agree in unanimity. 2 of them, dissented. 3 of them, thought otherwise. And looking at the determination, which I'm doing currently, they lost it on definition of sex as a ground of discrimination. And they lost it on the fact that the fundamental human rights you have in our Constitution, if you read at Article 24, there are just about 3 of them which cannot be limited. All else, including this one's relating to association, this one's relating to, can be limited. And the laws governing registration of non-governmental organizations already limit or restrict the registration of associations whose objects are contrary to law. So when you have, for instance, convicted murderers, going to the NGO board and telling you to register murderers association, you can't, because the purpose and the object, even from the name alone, is inconsistent, contrary with law.
Just for further clarity here, because essentially what we're saying is that having already been declared illegal by the state in Kenya,
yes,
the Supreme Court then comes out and says, regardless of it being an illegality in Kenya, the freedom of association still exists, and you can still do that. Is it not? Am I wrong so far?
Yeah, that is what the Supreme Court is saying.
You can still associate. So what you're saying then is that the Supreme Court, with this ruling essentially, has tried to go back on what has already been called an illegality, because how can you associate on something that is illegal?
You can't associate as criminals, just as you also cannot associate to engage in a criminal object. And that is what the Supreme Court appears to sanction. The Supreme Court is saying you can associate. I mean, it is strange, and that is why I agree with the Kenyans, among them myself, who are saying we have to face that Supreme Court. But this confirms to you, Latif, the pressure and the magnitude of the push around, legitimization of homosexuality, currently. We have challenges with the Cotonou Protocol, all, international agreements, whether bilateral or multilateral. They now tell you for you to be a party, whether it is the European Union, the larger Europe, or the United States of America.
They bring in
they bring it.
Human rights.
Yes, and they call it minorities. Now, and they say human rights of the minorities. Latif, pick the Constitution of Kenya. It has been lauded as one document with the best provisions on human rights. Prescribed. Muga, pick it. Show me this right to be gay or lesbian in it. We have rights to life, rights to associate, rights to do all sorts of rights to fair hearing. What am I saying?
But has it
you
also
don't
said you don't
have the right to be a homosexual, because that is a criminal act in Kenya. What we will do, or the rights you have, is that we will not stone you and kill you because you are engaging in homosexual. We will arrest you, take you to court, and while you are in court, we will grant you your right to fair hearing, and will not deny it to you because you are homosexual. When you are taken to prison, we will not put you in sentences like forced labor if it was not ordered by the court. That is what it means. If you hurt yourselves in the process of your intimate engagements as homosexuals, and you go to the hospital, we will not deny you the right to Medicare or medical health, so long as you can, comply and pay. We will not say you ruptured yourself doing this thing, so you don't have it. We will treat you. But that does not take away the place of the state to punish you for engaging in that act, which is criminal. And that I think is the distinction, the Supreme Court messed. Did they
really mess?
Big time.
In their argument, it's a different thing. I mean, there's a whole issue of a natural sexual act. And then there's the issue of people to come together in whatever form or nature they want to call themselves in and associate.
Latif, let me refer you to Article 24 of the Constitution. What it says is that you have all these rights as a human being, not just as a citizen. But except 3, which includes freedom from torture, okay, slavery and such things, the right to fair hearing, and the right to life unless prescribed. All others are capable of limitation within the ideals, the cultural context, the customs, and what is acceptable to the society. So the right to associate, like those other rights not prescribed as the three which are non-abrogable, is capable of limitation. Okay, so and how is it already limited? The Registration Act for non-governmental organizations already tell the non-governmental registration board that you cannot register an association whose naming, whose objects, whose purpose are contrary to law. And I think that is where the Supreme Court messed it up, and that is why we are going back. Number two, the Supreme Court is telling you that you cannot discriminate against any section of people based on sex. You remember the famous Article 27. The mention of sex in Article 27 is being male, female, or intersex. It is not what you imagine and how you imagine you should be sexually interacting with other people. That is now opinion. It is also capable of restriction. So sex as used is gender, fair and square. You may desire to be with women. So it may be
gender.
Yes, it is
but
gender
not,
straight.
Not
act. Sexual orientation.
Not the act.
Yes, not the act.
And that's what the Supreme Court was arguing.
Correct.
The use of the word sex in the Constitution is not the act here in Article 27. It's about the gender of a human being.
Yes,
okay?
no, that is the dissenting judges. The others were saying it includes everything, including your opinion about your sexual orientation.
Yes.
Now, that is where you miss it. When we talk, you should not be discriminated on account of sex. We are saying gender, you're either male, female, or intersex. And I can tell you, intersex.
If somebody was to be sitting for a job interview,
correct,
they cannot be discriminated against because they're a woman.
Yes.
Or that if you are going to apply for the job of a nanny and you're a man, for example, going against what cultural roles would be, you cannot be discriminated against because you're a man.
Correct.
That's what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay.
Not because of who you imagine you should be intimate with.
Has the Constitution defined sex?
It has not. It has not.
Or gender.
There is no explicit definition. But I can tell you in terms of
you're the one who's making it only three.
No. In terms of our law, there are currently only three, and we have male, we have female, and then we have the intersex. The intersex are the people we used to call hermaphrodites. So you have both organs, and that administratively is now there. I sit in the Committee on Administration National Security. It's already recognized even before it is prescribed. So we have those three, gender, which are now accepted. And if you look at them, Muga, they are natural. They're natural. They are not things you've had something to do with. And even if you were to have a change in mind, this is where I fault our Supreme Court and this category of people. You could be born, you look like a man the way I do, but your hormonal inclination
is female,
are more towards female. Okay?
Or vice versa.
What do? Designate yourself. Say, my hormones are inclined towards female, and be a female. Be a female. Okay? If your hormones are inclined towards being man, my sister here, be a man.
What does that mean?
So long as
be a man,
what do you mean
be a
female?
woman? What do you mean be a female? Because we know testosterone, estrogen. I mean, if we want to get down to the nitty gritty, and we find that some people have an oversupply in one area or another, how then do you say be a man or be a woman?
The choice they have with their doctors. And by the way, it is a deep medical discussion going around. The choice you have is that you change your physical appearance to that of the gender.
So you become a transgender.
You become a transgender.
Okay.
That's
the T in LGBT.
Correct. Now, once you become a male, don't sleep with a male because you said your hormones are directed towards a male. Now go for female in terms of your sexual engagements. You get what I'm talking about?
Can you do that with somebody who is transgender, but their physical appearance is female?
So long as she has moved and become a female, and I've moved and I've become a man, or I've moved and become a female and she has moved and become a man. That is...
so we should respect how you associate, how you define yourself.
No, not how you define yourself.
If you define yourself as female at that point, and you begin your journey towards now becoming a female, we should respect that from the moment you define yourself.
Once you define yourself physically as a male, our law says interact with females sexually. If you define yourself as a female, if I were to do today, then I cannot be found with my sister. I should be found with you. That is what our law says. But the law says you can reorient. You are being male or female.
You're sticking very closely to the law here. No matter how repugnant this may be to you as an individual, what you're doing is that you're sticking to the law. And the law says 1, 2, 3. And so everything as an offshoot of this must then cling to this mother issue of the law.
That is why the law exists. In fact, the law gives you choices. I've told you I feel I'm female, and medically I'm confirmed to be more oriented towards being female. I have the right to go and change my body, okay? Particularly my genitalia. Change it. And once I change it and become a female, I should not be seen with you. I should now be seen with the Muga or Latif, sexually engaged. So you have the choice to change.
Okay.
Yes, sorry, but once I'm female, now I should sexually interact with a male. That is what our law says. You cannot, Kaluma cannot become female. Then he still goes out with the females. You go then out with the male. That is what our law says.
Do I hear you to be saying that if our laws stated otherwise, then this would not be an issue?
If the law said that it was legal, it would not be a problem.
And I can tell you our laws will never say that.
Why not?
Because laws come from a societal context and are informed by the thinking, the customs, the cultures of a society. So, law is not just what you prescribe. City, if you go to a country like the United Kingdom, do they have a written constitution?
No, they don't.
The law is also culture.
They have traditions.
You are big traditions. You are big, moral values. So the law is not just what is written there.
And it's dynamic.
It's dynamic.
Just the same way society is dynamic.
Correct.
Do you think our society is starting to move that direction?
It is not. This thing is being imposed by people who colonized us before, and people who having colonized us and picked all our resources, taken them to their countries, used the labor of Africans. You know the history of the United States with slavery. You know the history of the United Kingdom and the larger West, how they sat and decided this and this. You know what is happening in DRC now. They come with smaller, freebies and tell you, for you to do this, we want to continue what we started with the Africans the other end. And I'm telling you, go to the United States. I have videos here I'll be showing you. Look at all these homosexual-based marriages, these gay marriages. Who is the man in them and who is the female? You had very strong, well-bodied African men are the ones being married by white, So it is something they started there. An African is a slave, an African is a low class, an African is a male who will be slept with by another male. Subjugated, and it is in their psyche. Now they are bringing it across to Africa, and I can tell you, Latif, to have
But why are you buying it? Let me ask you this. President Uhuru Kenyatta was asked this several times in his reign about the issue of legalizing same-sex marriage and homosexuality in Kenya. He said it is not a matter that's in the public domain of national importance. William Ruto, last year, after he was sworn in as president, he was asked the same question on CNN. He said, it is not a matter of national importance at present in Kenya. Peter Kaluma, why are you making it a matter of national importance at present?
Let me tell you, I want to agree with our presidents. And if you watch at how they failed to be explicit about it being prohibited. I watched the interview of Ruto. I watched the interview of Kenyatta. And I've watched other African leaders. Somebody like Museveni comes out very explicitly. Mugabe used to. The Zambian president does. But these ones are prevaricating. And the prevarication confirms the international pressure I'm talking about. You are being told your country is needy. Your economy is not doing well. We are the World Bank. We are the European Union. We are the, which other one is IMF. This? IMF. We can grant you some loans to continue running the country so long as the human rights of these people, is taken care of. But the fact of the matter is that when you move across our society, into small towns, as small as Homa Bay town, which I'm privileged to lead. Go to Shauriako slum, go to Makongeni slum, go to Kondele in Kisumu, go to Kibra Madare. The needs of our people, the poverty among our people is being exploited to recruit them into this nonsense. So it's become a rampant issue.
Mheshimiwa Peter Kaluma, thank you for joining us today. When you publish the bill, we'll invite you so we can look at it clause by clause.
Thank you.
Keep it here for more. Good morning, 8 a.m.
Good morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. It will now be illegal for anyone to use firearms to hurt their livestock. President William Ruto says that he issued a ban and told livestock keepers to use sticks to hurt their livestock.
Hakuna mtu ataruhusiwa kutembewa na bunduki anachunga ng'ombe. Kila mtu atafute fimbo aende achunge ng'ombe. Mambo ya bunduki ni ya askari. Nimetangaza juzi ya kwamba tunaweka bilioni 20 ingine kusaidia askari wetu wawe na vifaa ya kutosha ya kupigana na wahalifu na wakora na magaidi, tuhakikisha kwamba tunaweka usalama katika taifa letu la Kenya.
His directive comes at a time when parts of northern Kenya are experiencing sporadic attacks from bandits who have killed locals and stolen livestock. The use of firearms by herders among pastoralist communities has been a common practice, especially because this is the only way herders can protect themselves and their animals when they come under attack from banditry or wild animals. Now, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has asked Azimio leader Raila Odinga to treat former President Uhuru Kenyatta with respect. Speaking in Lamu County, the Deputy President accused Raila of downgrading the former president by engaging him in public rallies. Gachagua cited an incident where Uhuru accompanied Raila in a public rally in Nyanza after the burial of former Education Cabinet Secretary George Magoha.
Ati wanapiga kelele ati uchumi ni mbaya. Huyu mzee ya maandamano alichanganya rais wetu Uhuru Kenyatta. Akamkoroga, akachukua milioni 200, akaweka kwa BBI, ikapotea. Ilipotea haikupotea. Kwa sababu tungetaka rais ambaye amestaafu akae kwa heshima. Asiingizwe kwa siasa duni ya kuingia juu ya lori, ya kukaa chini ya rami na kusema haki yetu. Hiyo hapana heshima ya rais ambaye amestaafu.
Now, the Nairobi-based Sitam Church has faulted Friday's decision by the Supreme Court allowing the LGBTQ community to form a lobby group. Christ is the Answer Ministries through its Bishop Callisto Odede termed the ruling as contradictory. Odede said the ruling is against the cultural norms and called upon Christians and Kenyans to reject the ruling. And China Square, a retail store in Kenyatta University's Unicity Mall, has extended the suspension of its operations citing public safety challenges. The store, owned by Chinese businessman Ling Sheng, announced the move Sunday after hours of escalating drama following deportation threats by Trade Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria. The supermarket also cited inability to prove sufficient payment processing facilities, a situation it noted had resulted in long queues which had negatively impacted customer experience. Earlier on, Lei had dismissed calls for him to close shop as malicious. Lei said his business is compliant to all legal requirements. And Nigeria began to announce early results Sunday after a tight election for the presidency of Africa's most populous nation, as concerns grew over long delays in voting and accusations of attempts to manipulate electronic tallies. The election went ahead mostly peacefully, despite some ransacked polling stations and late start at many others. Voters stayed up late at night in many locations to observe the count and protect the ballots. Nearly 90 million were eligible to vote for a successor to President Muhammadu Buhari, with many Nigerians hoping a new leader will do a better job tackling insecurity, economic malaise and growing poverty. Independent National Election Commission INEC chairperson Mohammed Yakubu said results would be officially announced state by state when tallies are collated.
As we commence the concluding processes, results for each state of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory shall be presented by the State Collation Officer for the presidential election, or simply put, the SCOP, who will also serve as the collation officer at state and the FCT level. Having set the ground rules, from today, the collation center is hereby declared open until the final determination of the 2023 presidential election.
This as former President Uhuru Kenyatta chaired a post-election consultative meeting in Abuja, bringing together poll observers as early results started trickling in from Nigeria's tightest election since the end of military rule in 1999. Uhuru is in Nigeria in his capacity as the leader of the African Union Election Observer Mission. The meeting was co-hosted by the head of the Economic Community of West African State ECOWAS and former Sierra Leone leader Ernest Bai Koroma. Based on their findings, the head of AUOEM is expected to hold a joint press conference with the ECOWAS mission today for a preliminary statement on the electoral process. We continue to follow up on what is happening in Nigeria with regards to that election, and be sure that Newswire and Standard Media Group will be bringing you the very latest. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
We're in traffic hour proper this morning, and it looks like it's going to continue being heavy on Jogo Road. Now we're looking at in and outbound traffic. And then whatever is happening on that quadrant. Likoni Road doesn't look too bad, but Lusaka and Lunga Lunga are looking very, very busy. In and outbound traffic continues to be a thing. Thika Superhighway started packing up very early, and we're looking at that heavy traffic. The service lanes are not doing too badly, so you want to think about using them. Kiambu Road, my goodness, I don't even know where it starts from today. Ridgeways Road, we're looking at the northern bypass coming in from the further Kiambu Road well into Thedegwa. Traffic is coming in heavy and it's hot. It's coming off of Kitisuru as well. Limuru Road, coming out of Westlands. James Gishuru is busy. Ring Road, Westlands, everywhere there's traffic. So how about we play a game? Let's find out where there's no traffic this morning. Tell us, SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Let's try and keep things moving this morning.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Of the Situation Room. Happy Monday, wherever you're locked in from this morning or this day, depending on where you are. It's the 27th day of February 2023, the final week when Showmax is telling you, if you sign up to Showmax today, we're going to give you an extra 1 month free. So pay for a month, get the extra one free. Go to showmax.com, select your package, look at whatever packages they have, select any of the packages, and what do? You pay for it, they'll do the other one free.
A few more days to do that. Showmax in a give. So whatever it is that you watch, for as little as 300 bob, do that, and Showmax will match it.
Yep. Showmax Mobile 300 bob, Showmax Standard 760, Showmax Pro Mobile 1050, and Showmax Pro 2100. Choose any, pay for a month, get the other month free. It's World NGO Day today, and we have two guests who are joining us in the studio. Dr. John Kitui is a country director at Oxfam, Kenya, and we have Ahmed Ibrahim Ahmed, who's a convener of the ASAL Humanitarian Network and also the chairman of the Kenya Chapter for Change Working Group. Chapter for Change Working Group. Charter for Change, rather. The Kenya Charter for Change Working Group. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Eric.
Karibuni sana to Kenya's biggest conversation. Happy World NGO Day.
Thank you very much.
To the two of you. And to celebrate your coming to join us, CT has the day's proverb.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week are from the country of Uganda. Being Kenyans, we all know where Uganda is, don't we? Even if you haven't been there, you have an idea of which direction it's at. Huh? The beautiful, this proverb starts, are like a dog with big, beautiful eyes. Might turn out to be a thieving dog or a good hunter.
The beautiful are like a dog with
beautiful eyes.
Beautiful eyes. Might turn out to be a thieving dog or
a good hunter.
A good hunter.
Yes.
Dr. Kitui, what do you understand from that proverb?
Don't judge a dog by its beauty.
Well said. Well said. Abdi, do you agree?
Largely, in my community, we don't really have a lot of dogs. But definitely, it means by just looking at it, that will not tell you whether it is a really hunting dog or not. So just joke with it, and then it will show you what it is made of. That's how I see.
Put it to the test.
Yes.
It's also beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. If you are a hunter, probably beauty means differently to if you just are a pet owner.
Or if you're the prey.
Or if you're the prey also.
Okay. World NGO Day. What does it mean?
So, World NGO Day is celebrated on the 27th of February. And it's just to celebrate the contribution of the non-profit sector within society, both from the services it provides in humanitarian work to save lives, but also to empower groups that feel marginalized to wrestle for power within systems. For example, you look at the history of like the labor unions and the trade unions. These are the biggest civil societies that started off when industry was not necessarily working for the labor force, and it was mainly working for shareholders. So labor unions have been there as a civil society for a very, very long time to struggle for that space as well. Then when you come to societies where many people are being left behind, you find like civil society organizations or and non-governmental organizations are there to make sure that people live with dignity, their rights are protected, their freedoms are enjoyed. So most of the things we take for granted today, whether it's our freedoms, our liberties, our right of association, our right for fair wages, freedom to life itself, freedom from slavery, freedom from sexual and gender-based violence, whatever it is that we take for granted, a lot of these things have been thanks to the non-governmental organizations. So this day is set aside to celebrate the immense contribution of the non-profit sector in our societies.
So you're using very many words here interchangeably. Non-governmental organizations, non-profit organizations. One and the same thing?
So it's a semantics. So when you talk about non-governmental organizations, strictly speaking, even the private sector will be part of that as well. But when we talk about non-governmental organizations, I think we are usually referring to the civil society organizations, as opposed to just a very blanket statement about non-governmental organizations that would include private sector, for example. So in this instance, the focus is on this civil society organizations.
Many people, when they hear civil society, they think of advocates, right? So those that are involved in advocacy, whether it's rights, whether it's governance and all. And then they also draw another line between civil society and humanitarian organizations.
It's a false dichotomy. So probably the best way to look at it is to look at it from a continuum perspective. So we have civil society organizations ranging from, as I mentioned earlier, the labor unions, the trade unions. Then we have some that push for freedoms and rights, whether it's right to life or right to from non-violence. And then you have the other ones who provide services where either the state is not providing services like health services, and then you get church-based civil society organizations providing that healthcare to the communities, or providing water or sanitation, or communities just coming together and organizing themselves around restoration of a forest or trying to meet the needs of their communities. These are civil society organizations. So it's a myriad range of organizations on a very lengthy continuum, one would say.
Let me bring you in, Ahmed Ibrahim Abdi. You're the convener of the ASAL Humanitarian Network. ASAL here is the arid and semi-arid lands. So we can clearly ask you, so where do you focus your attention on? it's obvious. But tell us about the network. What is it about? And what do you focus on mainly?
The network, which is called ASAL Humanitarian Network, was born out of caucuses and being able to bring people or actors at different locations so that we could amplify our voice jointly of our wider geographical area. The ASAL areas, as you know, are frequently exposed to impacts of natural or man-made crises, and these has come in a cyclic way. So as a individual local NGO, you will not really be able to achieve what you want to do at scale and to be able to influence so many others. So what we do, a wide range of issues. Each of the different members, which now we are 30 only, but we are still finalizing the governance setups, and we are just a platform. It's not a registered entity. It is a platform to bring the different voices together from across the board. The 30 include around 11 women rights and women-led organizations. These organizations, some of them date back to the late 1989, when I remember in those ages there was also a crisis, and so many people had come dropped off and displaced from their normal way of life out in the pastoral setups and back into settlements, and they had nothing, women, children, elderly. And from that moment, organizations started working alongside the government, and even before, as John has already put. But some of these organizations now have been doing things related to humanitarian aid. We do things related to active citizenship, which is related to governance. We have been doing things related to constitutionalism, deepening and rooting democracy. We are also working in the space of peace and conflict issues. We also work in the development arena, from food security, water, other aspects, including even education. So it's a wide group of people, but when we came together, we really said, how can we be able to have a locally led model where we are going to influence an effective humanitarian aid system that does not disrupt the development agenda in a continuum of a nexus approach. So that is what brought us together, and way back in 2015, we jointly did it on our own, and then we looked at it in 2019. We woke up from with another crisis of drought. So from 2019 of drought, then we had 2020 floods, then we had locust, then the COVID. Now we are talking about a deepening drought crisis. And this is not what the different actors should just be experiencing. We should jointly be doing these things. That's why now the network of 30 local organizations, which we are expecting to expand to the 23 ASAL counties, and in the long run have the different regions. So networks from the coastal area, the western and side, plus the urban poor, including the mountain region from a climate change perspective. In the long run, we would like to really push this agenda jointly, and we'll be opening up the movement to those locations in the near future.
So we're looking at NGOs across board, serving in a complementary capacity to government.
Yes.
Without wanting to disrupt anything, kind of like what you've said. So now let's look at one of the issues that is biting. We can sit here and pontificate about how bad the drought is. Oh, it's bad and people are suffering and people are, dying. How bad is it? Because here we are from a point of there are non-governmental organizations who have been working in the last few years towards mitigation, who've been working towards relief, helping out government, essentially. How bad are we looking at the situation right now with the drought?
Thank you very much. First, if you really look, let me just take you back to 2 steps. In 2010, 2011, the Horn of Africa as a general was experiencing some famine. Around 250,000 children died. From that moment, a number of organizations came together and they have been pushing. We don't need to delay. So from a dangerous delay perspective of waiting until a crisis thickens. And we see death is the time now action takes place. There's need to do action earlier. So in 2017 crisis, again, the same was averted as a result of the concerted effort of local, national, and the humanitarian community together with the government, that we did not see deaths across the Horn of Africa, if you really talk about it. Now we are talking about the 6th one is in March, failed below, and in essence, from a spatial how the rain is distributed, below normal rainfalls. From 6, and the first one of the 2010, 2011, we were only talking about 3. Now we are in 6. And without the timely, appropriate support, the NGOs, the CSOs, and government coming together has really put on the ground with better mechanisms to really respond to the crisis, then we are seeing literally not so much deaths. But as we speak now, if the humanitarian situation is not responded to very fast, in the next 2-3 months, we'll be witnessing serious and mass deaths of children, elderly, and sick. Let me just give you a top look at the analysis that was recently done, and even the President of the Republic of Kenya really launched the other day. We are talking about 5.4 million in ASAL counties, 23 ASAL counties. That represents almost 10 or 11 or 12% of the Kenyan population that are in crisis. If you really look at the 10 ASAL counties, the ASAL humanitarian and really network works, 63% of those people in crisis come from that. And if you look at the analysis of each of those counties, 6 in every 10 is really facing crisis and emergency level, acute. That is acute food insecurity.
Right.
The best a person can get is a meal a day.
That's the best.
The best. Others who have been seriously, we are seeing serious displacements. People are coming to settlements because they have lost what they had. A means of life is that livestock.
Yep.
It's just like you going into a shamba or a farm and you can cut out nothing. So these animals are not wet, so there's no milk. The body conditions are in bad shape and therefore you cannot slaughter. Families who are reporting close to 140 cows dead for a family that is of 6-8 is serious. So where does that individual get any extra thing? So if 6 in 10 are in that kind of a situation, then we are really in a dire situation. And it will be unfortunate if Kenya, which is a country of a 3 billion budget,
3
trillion budget, cannot even put 10% into losses of livestock that can be said to be 300 billion to 500 billion being lost in those periods. So it's serious and serious.
Ahmed, in 2021, President Uhuru Kenyatta declared drought a national emergency, right?
Yes.
a national disaster. What did that mean? Did you see any change in government response to what was happening in the ASAL areas?
If I really look at how the government really normally responds, we have a set of a social protection structure. The social protection structure in maybe 4 counties giving to the hunger safety net. Around 100,000 families were supposed to be given bi-monthly 5,400. We also have around 1.2 million in the Inua Jamii, which get 2,000. As the crisis now thickens, we anticipate also that those groups are not also left behind, because we are given 2,000 shillings, or you are given 5,400 in every 2 months, which is 2,700. Then you still cannot be able to really make anything. But from that time the drought crisis was done to now, those people under the hunger and safety net are talking of maybe having, when we talk to them, they're saying they only received 2 cycles of like that. That is 10,800 in 2022, which they should have received 4 cycles. So that 1 cycle didn't happen. We have, the government had put around 7 point something, 2 point something in livestock offtake, and some other was announced as at that time. How much of it really came out is not clear. So it will be really great to know how much of it came out. The government of the day also promised to put 6 billion more this year. We are talking about a humanitarian crisis with an appeal from the humanitarian. If you look at the UN dashboard right now, we are in need of $300 million. It's only 54%.
$300 million to address the hunger crisis in Kenya or the whole of
Kenya
Africa?
Only.
Just Kenya alone?
Kenya alone, which is now only 54% funded, and largely most of this response happened in 2022.
Where does that leave us then? City, sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm looking at this discussion and why I'm quiet, because I'm just playing this thing in my head. All the areas that we refer to as the ASAL areas belong to counties. Agriculture is a devolved function. 2.4% of our budget in this country is devoted to agriculture, whether it's fisheries, whether it's livestock, whether it's crop management, abattoirs, husbandry, whatever you want to call it. Now, my question is now, the national government is supposed to be in charge of policy, okay? How much of this money that is allocated actually goes to the counties before we even discussing what the counties can do? Yes, it's 2.4%. We've got a 3 trillion shilling budget, okay? One can do the maths. How much of this money actually goes to the counties? And when it does, what does the counties do with it? Because the moment you have a county government and there's a problem within your county, it's a national crisis, yes, but we can segment it into counties and say, okay, there's this county, and there's the other. How much of the monies that the counties actually get have they actually put towards resolving these very, very same things that you are saying?
So you have to go back to 2013, and the central government transferred a lot of the subsectors you mentioned, whether it's fisheries, horticulture, all to the counties. But to date, most of the budget of the 2.4 budget remains at the Kilimo House. And that's a tragedy of what we're talking about in agriculture. First of all, it's underfunded. So for a country that prides itself in saying agriculture is the backbone of this economy, and Muga, you can correct me, probably it's not, probably the financial sector is. I think the agriculture sector has been the backbone of our food security for a very, very long time. We grow food across the country, and that's given. But we only put in 2.4%, as opposed to the 10% that the African countries have committed to. But the 2.4% also remains at the moment at Kilimo House. And that's part of the problem. And that's why you see the death of the agricultural extension services, for example. They're non-existent. And probably the 2.4% goes to paying the operational costs, the salaries of people sitting behind their desks, without necessarily any even transport or facilitation to reach the farmers, for example. So that's partly the problem. But the other problem that we have to acknowledge is the impact of climate change on our agricultural food systems, because we are a rain-fed agriculture economy. Whether it's a pastoralist or the guys who do farming in the Western Kenya, wherever, we depend on the rain. And we've cut our water towers. There's been a very lazy policy on really addressing climate change. And not just in Kenya, we can look at the region, but also at the global level. And because the climate change effects that we see in Kenya are not necessarily our own creation. Partly they are, but in Africa, I think it's assumed when you look at the 10 worst climate-affected areas, they only contribute about 0.1% of the global carbon footprint or the carbon, but then we suffer the worst consequences on the climate impact. So there's a global also justice there around climate change. So I think for me that's kind of, when you talk about agriculture, is we have a very fundamental basics we need to meet. But the crisis we are seeing is not just an agriculture crisis, but also it's not a climate crisis also. We have to really talk about the role inequality contributes to the misery and the crisis and the starvation of the people in the arid and semi-arid lands. And I say that because, and do mention the issue of, with Kenya really, why are we even talking about the drought? Because like people should not be dying or starving in a country like Kenya. We are a very rich country. We are a very wealthy country compared to other countries as well. There are even drier places in this continent. You can go to Algeria, you can go to Morocco, you can go to the Middle East.
There are countries on this planet which are predominantly desert.
But no one is dying of starvation. That anyone should die from starvation is actually a political failure. If the government did its job in making sure that the social protection system worked, in a year where the drought is so severe, the worst we've seen in like 40 years or 70 years, depending on who you refer to, the government putting 0.25 of its budget over 2 years. I think the 15 billion you are quoting here, give and take, is between 2021 and 2022 and 2023. In a country that allocates 3.3 trillion Kenya shillings in a budget, giving 6 billion, I think you have to look at it from its scale. You're missing the point, really. When you're talking about, yes, we've declared this a national disaster, why are we putting 0.25
but then
of the budget?
If indeed those are the figures and the reality you present are our realities, then when I look at the caucus that our brother Abdi here has mentioned, it's a big caucus. It has many influential organizations within it. So what then should be the focus? Because the people who have the might to help solve this problem is the government.
Absolutely.
Okay. And the reason why they have the might is because we pay taxes.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, this money, even these very people who are really burdened with the problems we're talking about, pay their taxes, they pay their dues. How much pressure, how much time and pressure does the group lend itself to in focusing on how to get the government, how to get the legislators, how to ensure that this money which we say keeps sitting in Kilimo House, because we hear the same story with the Ministry of Health. You have a problem and you're being told the money is at the national headquarters. Surely.
What is it doing there?
Maybe it's looking for the cows at the headquarters. I don't know. But the point is, should that not be the focus? Because all these areas have county governments, they have governors, they have legislators, they have all these people. What are they doing to ensure that the appropriate pressure is applied on the government so that what needs to be done is actually done?
So the question is on leadership.
Yes.
The leaders from these counties, and then being able to canvass and lobby the other leaders from the other counties. So that as national leaders, you speak about the same issue.
Yes.
And focus on what is actually happening. Let's talk about that after we take this break. 28 minutes to 9. We are celebrating World NGO Day 2023 today, and Dr. John Kitui, who is the country director for Oxfam Kenya, is here with us in the studio. And Ahmed Ibrahim Abdi, who is a convener for the ASAL Humanitarian Network, is also here. Fly better with Emirates. We've been hearing this from very many people. Dr. Kitui will tell us his experience with flying business class on Emirates and how he's, right? The kind of treatment that you get.
I haven't flown business class in Emirates yet.
Oh, it's just first class?
Yeah.
Just
cow
class.
NGO sector.
That's the thing about NGO sector.
Economy.
You cannot really.
It's prudent.
You cannot be spending
to,
other people's money.
Actually, it's prudent not to fly as often as you can. And when you fly the
fly business.
Reduce even the climate footprint of things.
When you fly, whether you fly economy, whether you fly business or first class, as long as you're on Emirates, that's better. Fly better with Emirates. 27 minutes to 9. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The world needs tolerance and inclusion more than ever. That's why we at GALC Plus, as the national umbrella body for 18 LGBTQ+-led organizations, build alliances through support of human rights and a comprehensive framework for the response, prevention, and management of sexual and gender-based violence in the LGBTQ+ community. We encourage our community and allies to reach out for assistance or report incidents through email at info@galc.org or call us on 020-242-6060. We also encourage our allies to use their voices and speak against prejudice and hate. Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity. Join us to break the cycle through #BreakTheCycleOfViolence on Twitter.
Get 2 months of Showmax for the price of one. In a give, Real Housewives, rich auntie vibes, and that bling. Samakuwa Mocha.
Toast to luxury.
In a give, single Cassie, girl power.
Cheers!
And gravity-defying Top Gun victory flyby.
Haven't any fun yet?
Woo! In a give kupindukia. So subscribe now to get 2 months for the price of one from only 300 shillings for
Sunny
limited.
conditions in Nairobi at 17. We'll see highs of 28 today. Looking at 18 and sunny in Nakuru, highs of 30 and highs of 27. In a sunny Nyeri at 17, and it's 17 and sunny in Eldoret, go to highs of 27 and lows of 12 today. Mostly sunny conditions in Mombasa at 27, highs of 32, and we'll see highs of 31 in a mostly sunny Malindi at 27. It's 22 and sunny in Kisumu. It will see highs of 31 and highs of 33 in Kakamega today. Kampala rainy now at 20, highs of 27, and mostly sunny conditions at 28 in Dar es Salaam, going to highs of 31. It's 16 and sunny in Johannesburg. It'll go to highs of 26 Monday, and mostly clear at 26 now, highs of 33 in Lagos. 29 will be the high and mostly cloudy Kinshasa, 21, and that'll be the low as well.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
Crazy busy Monday, and we see some of that traffic that's coming off Lunga Lunga, then connecting to the Likoni interchange, then touching on the southern bypass. So that has started to get really crazy. Lusaka also going out towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, connecting with Bunyala Road, coming off of Langata Road, as well as Raila Odinga Way in the other direction. So that whole area is an absolute mess. We're looking at traffic in Westlands. Don't go there. That is the tagline for this morning. If you can avoid it, do it. It's looking a little bit better on the Thika Superhighway, slightly better on Kiambu Road. I use slightly with great caution because anything could change. Limuru Road also pretty busy right about now, and we're looking at that traffic continuing for the meantime. We are in traffic hour. Let's see what happens shortly. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.3
minutes to 9. Our guests, Dr. John Kitui from Oxfam and Ahmed Ibrahim Abdi from the Asal Humanitarian Network. Abdi, respond to the question that City asked before we took the break. What is it that your organization, the organizations under your network, have been doing to engage with your local leaders so this matter is mainstreamed at national level?
We have been really coming with the data. We have created a number of press sessions. We have lined up a number of roundtables with the leaders from our region. Some of the key issues which, when we discuss with them, like the county governments, as we speak, every year, a quarter of the budget is not there.
What do you mean?
Let's say we have four quarters. Mm-hmm. By the time you're reaching towards the end of the year, and now up to maybe from the period of March.
From March to June.
To June period is the time when, the last two is when you get most of the resources. So in the end, when a budget is read to September period, nothing much is flowing. So from that kind of a perspective, then you'll find that, yes, we are saying funds are available. When it has been released, it's late in time. If you look at the spending even levels, and you're hearing some of the county governments are really returning money because money is coming at the last 6 months.
From next month, we'll start seeing counties being very busy.
So from that kind of a way of really how funding flows really happen, and in the processes of allocations, a quarter, I mean, one of the
first quarter goes to waste.
It disappears, or maybe it's not brought on time. 60% to 70% of the budgets are going to administration, salaries, and things related to that.
Are you saying this is a common pattern? That
yes, across.
Right, from the time we had devolution, 47 counties, this is what we see.
Yes.
So then why don't we plan with that in mind, since you know this is the pattern?
Yes, so from that kind of a really setup, is devolution really working? It's time to really push and work around the next steps and analyzing, reviewing how to really devolution. Well, let me give you an example. For those 5.4 million people who are said to be in crisis, they don't find themselves in public participation processes. Why? It's been done in town halls, in settlements. If largely the ASAL areas are inhabited by agro-pastoralists who are walking around to farms a bit far away with livestock here and there, when do they? So
they'll never participate.
Are they really being part of these processes that really meet the needs of their priorities? So from that perspective, we, in terms of now engaging with the different governments at different levels, the legislatures definitely is from these roundtables and this. At the county level, we engage with these different groups. Up to the grassroots level, we try and bring their priorities together. Then we help them how to do memorandums of memorandums to sign up. They get people who amongst them can come to the far-flung locations where public participation is happening, and this is where we're putting the thing.
But I think, really, Ahmed, the question I think that Muga was asking is, for example, we've seen a supplementary budget that has been passed in Parliament now, being proposed to Parliament, and very little funds have been allocated to the drought response when 5.4 million people from these counties are affected. I think the question one would ask is, what is the legislatures from these counties doing in Parliament? Why are they passing this supplementary budget or not putting pressure to the executive or to the planners to allocate more resources, to just do what it's the role of the government to do? Because I think if they did their role as parliamentarians, as representatives of the people, probably would not see the scale of devastation we are currently seeing in these areas.
Why don't they even lobby their fellow MPs? Because this is something that's affecting the whole country. Okay?
Yeah.
The assumption that just because someone comes from the ASAL area, they don't have relatives in Nyanza, where I come from. They do. Okay?
You can lobby.
So, a national crisis shouldn't be left in the hands of the legislators who come from the ASAL areas. Even those who don't particularly understand it should be lobbied. It should be a national issue. I am simply saying this, that we have a situation in this country that seems to have become normalized, where the interest of those who really need the help is completely disregarded. And what seems to be the focus is talk of really massive, huge projects with billions and billions of shillings. And yet, there are people who cannot even have a meal a day, and the numbers are growing. Now, If that seems to be the direction, then those who perhaps, as we say, who are wearing the shoe and no way it pinches, they need to shout the loudest and need to get other people to shout equally loudly with them.
If I may ask, on the onset, I'm just going back to non-governmental organizations, because I think this is crucial in this thing that CT has just mentioned. What was the agreement? And I ask that because, okay, so with the entrance or invitation of non-governmental organizations, was there the agreement that we're going to have a symbiotic relationship whereby you're going to help us out here? You're going to go sometimes where we can because government may be stretched thin. And then when you see that there's something that's going all right, you know, let us know so we can see how to hold our hands together. And then you will push us every now and then when it's needed. Is that the kind of thing that we have agreed? I mean, of course, in layman terms here, you know, treaties and such not quoted. Is that not kind of like what has been agreed of the working relationship between government and non-governmental organizations? Yes? More or less?
So there's no agreement per se, but I think probably the best way to explain it is you have to go back to how societies function. So why did we require state in the first place? Was to assure our rights and freedoms and everything else. And then the markets came in, and the markets, the business, the corporate, the business, were entrepreneurship and everything else. But then people realized there were people who were being left behind.
Sure.
And those people who are being left behind organized themselves into what is now called the civil society groups.
Yes.
And the civil society groups really exist because of government failure and market failure. So you have to look at it from that perspective, that actually civil societies exist where there is government failure and where there is market failure, or both. And that's why if the government did its work, or if the leaders that we elect did their work very well in pushing the government of the day to do their work, there would be no need for civil society organizations.
Indeed.
But it's because the government fails, and because the markets fail and the governments fail to regulate the markets where they fail, for example, on labor and everything else, then the civil societies are necessary. So to be honest, I think you can look at the thriving of the civil society organizations as a very, very good indicator of government failure. And I think for me, that's why we have to put the drought and the people facing hunger crisis and the starvations at the door of the state.
Absolutely. So now, should the lobbying then be for government then to reduce on this failure index when it comes to the things that we see? There's a drought. We're not saying geographically stop the drought, but we're saying there are mitigating factors that you can then implement to make sure that in the coming years, people are not as hungry as they were. Can we say, sure, if we're going to now move from rain-fed agriculture to irrigation agriculture, so for me then, because it brought to the doorstep advocacy, lobbying, insistence on government to actually do its job. I see that as a big job of, civil society, NGOs. However, we also see that NGOs do step in and help. There's relief food and things like that, which in my opinion is not sustainable. You can only do that for so long. The long-term effect is what has to come into play here, where it's saying government
must do what you need to do.
Absolutely.
But you know what, Ndu? NGOs thrive in the failure of government.
Without the failure of government, NGOs then will not exist.
Yes.
Absolutely. And I think the paradox you have to look here.
This accusation has actually been made. I mean, you hear it all the time.
Yes.
As Oxfam, you hear it all the time. You guys are thriving because, of course, the government is behaving the way it's behaving. When the government comes out and says, we declare the current drought a national disaster and we need 6 billion shillings, the government has put aside 2 billion shillings. The other 4 billion shillings will come from our friends and blah, blah, development partners. They're basically looking at you and saying, and you are very quick to say, oh, yeah, we'll mobilize. We'll be able to put in 2 billion immediately and we'll look for the other. So you have made the government get used to, we've got someone who's going to come and help. You are very active on the ground. And also, it's making the government feel, well, you're okay.
So there's a paradox, and I think we were discussing this the other day, last week, about every time NGOs step in to save lives. And I think when you look at the current ongoing drought, with a 5th consecutive failed season, we would have had deaths were it not for the NGOs doing responses already. And this is the UN system, international non-governmental organizations, but also the local actors like us and Humanitarian Network. Because of the amazing work they've done, we've actually prevented deaths. But the problem of coming in and doing that and actually saving it being a crisis, the government then opts out of doing its duty and responsibility. And I think for me, I go back to Muga's point, because this is where the local leadership would really matter and would really step up to be counted. But as long as they do not step up to be counted, as long as they do not step up to demand that the government takes their due responsibility, then they expose people to death, but then the NGO and the international community, whether the UN system, the NGOs or local actors, come in and save lives. And because they are doing that, the government can allocate 5 more billion to the office of the president, as opposed to actually saying, oh, let's prioritize the humanitarian response. So you see a displacement effect, and it's a catch-22 situation. What do we do? And I think for me, as Oxfam, we've been trying to push for the governance to work. So accountable governance. So both from taxation, let's tax the rich, let's make sure that we are doing redistribution, let's focus on saving lives, but also let's support communities too, to build more resilient livelihoods. But also the humanitarian response must be locally led. And the beauty of a locally led humanitarian response is actually now you bring in both the private sector, you bring in the local government, the county government for this matter, and you bring in the local civil society organizations. And these are community groups that will always be there. So there will always be civil society organizations. And I think for me, the local, they are the better. But the role of NGOs, I think for me, should shift towards actually advocating for the government to do what it's their duty to do, especially in a country like Kenya.
How bad does it have to get? Before you answer that question, look at countries from which a lot of these NGOs sprout. They're domiciled in these countries. They've got financial muscle. They don't have hunger issues. NGOs do not assist or support in economies or in countries where they flourish. You're not going to find Oxfam, for example, doing the bulk of its work in the Americas. I mean, it's clear why. Now, how bad does it have to get before local leaders then actually do something about the situation? And we're talking about lobbying at the doorstep. How bad? Because usually we see the bulk of action when things have actually hit bottom level. We're at ground zero. We're at ground zero, and that's when we start to see some action. That's when local leaders will say, okay, hold on a minute, actually it's really bad. But that's the question. This thing that we're saying needs to shift, whereby it's no longer handing out of relief food. It's no longer saying, okay, let's step in. It's actually getting leaders to lobby and say something has to be done about our agricultural practices. Something has to be done about lobbying for the budget to move from centrality out into the counties. How bad does that situation have to get before that is actually then done?
I think the way Kenya really, and often everybody really looks at disaster management is just ad hoc. So if at that local level planning was done well, disaster management frameworks were up to date, the indicators that really show us that situations are moving from this are already being monitored. It's very clear. They can be able to easily say this ward is more affected than this kind of thing. But they don't have to wait, because even at county government level, around 2% of their budget is for doing contingency funds. Each of the different counties have that mandate. But the key aspect of the leaders, once we vote them in, they come to Nairobi, and that will be my key catch with them. I'm going to look for them seriously, is that because of the pressure and the level of engagement that is down there, they seem to be missing action at the grassroots level. And because of that pressure piling to a level where they are mostly found in Nairobi, this is the major problem. And they're only visible and voices are heard when the crisis is at its peak.
Or during election
election time when they really need the votes. Thereafter, you see them the next 5, after the other 5 years. So the shift needs to happen from the way ad hocly we are really engaging with this kind of thing to a more county-based, county-led, county processes that now can easily be able to be identifying the gaps which each of the different members at the lower level can really plug in into. The amount of resources that are coming to the counties, which is 15%, and you really can hear now already there's a lot of argument about, is it 420 billion? Is it 300 and something what's available? Even it's not the 15%. should be able to be available at the very beginning to be able to really do the actions that are required at the county level. And with that is the only way that we will be able to see the real change happening because of devolution and the ability. By the way, there's another major problem that I see. Because of these clan structures again at the lower level, the moment you start engaging with criticism and pushing, and this, it takes a very different dimension. But what is critical is you have been elected, you have been put on that table by the people. You must be available 24 hours round the clock, 7 days a week, and that 365. You have been sent out there to do legislation, follow up, and hold government to account and oversight it. Where things are really not working, they need to call it out. Then, whether you are in opposition, whether you are in government, the person who really voted for you really matters. And my call to them is that time is up. And time is now for them to really be able to push this bar to the next level, and we'll be coming to look for them, to engage them in those roundtables on a daily basis.
No, I just wanted to say, from a political perspective, we are a country that have lost our way. And I think we, as I said earlier, I think the drought, the hunger crisis and everything else is a political failure. And I think, as Ahmed is saying, we can actually attribute most of the political failure to the quality of the leaders that we elect. Because I think there's a huge focus on very arbitrary qualities of our leaders. Your clan, your oratory skills, your mobilization and organizational skills, and very little focus on the ideological underpinnings of our political leaders. And that's why they have no idea what they should be lobbying for. They probably have no idea that actually the state is supposed to be a welfare state. That's why we need to have a welfare state. And I think that's the only state that functions. The ideological underpinnings of our leaders is wanting, if it exists at all. And because they are lost in terms of just standing up to lobby and to push for the government to do their duty, then we see this massive political failure that led extreme inequality.
You see, our pushback to what you've just said is, there is the duty of the citizenry to oversight their leaders. After all, our constitution tells us we are the boss. These are our servants, these are our workers, it tells us. But have we actually even internalized it and understood the power we actually have? You see, if you do the maths, just simple arithmetic, 2021, 2022, we are informed that we spent 352 billion shillings given to the counties. If I just use that as a point of reference and say that was for one funding cycle, let's do it times 10, that's 3.5 trillion shillings, just for an example. Supposed to be the budget of the country for a year. Do we look at our counties and we see 3.5 trillion having been spent in totality? Whatever location counties are given, is it representative? Because people keep saying, oh, they pay salaries. Yes, if they pay salaries, then people do something with those salaries to better their lives, isn't it? So, across board, do you see this money as being transformative?
So what do you see? Because don't just look at the 350 per year.
Yes.
Look at the 3 trillion per year. Because counties are also where the national government money gets spent. So 3 trillion times 10. Do you see 30 trillion shillings?
Oh, no, I definitely don't. In fact, if you asked me, I would say that the discussion around the money, if you wanted to understand it in a way that could be satisfactory, you'd say it's voodoo. Meaning, it's all up in the air and it disappears and it's there in figures, but you never really quite see it.
But it's an economy, and I think when you look at our economy, the World Bank says it's an economy that's growing, but not creating jobs.
Forget World Bank. World Bank, and let's pause World Bank for a single second. These things they keep telling us are nice to read, and they make good sense in the head. But I am not shutting you down. I'm simply saying, let's leave World Bank out of this discussion for the time being.
Okay, let's leave World Bank then.
In this sense,
when you look at the GDP for Kenya,
I'm not grows. No. I'm not going GDP even. I don't want to go to GDP. That's a very high-flung discussion.
At the local.
But you want to know where the money is going.
No.
You have to.
No, I don't even want to know where the money is going because I know where it's going. I know exactly where the money is going.
Okay, what's your point?
My point is, how do we get our people to understand the power that they have in determining their futures and their lives? Because if this Mwananchi understands that, and in the collaborations and the caucus that Brother Abdi here has, the people you work with, this thing we are saying becomes a reality, because then they will know what to do to ensure this happens. It won't be a discussion and leaving Mheshimiwa to do what he wants or how he wants it. This is really what I'm getting at, because they will then focus on what they need. When you're told you need a dam, we'll say, no, we need a water pan. When they say we will need a smaller dam, say, no, what we need is how to harvest the rain that we have. Say there's no rain, say no, but why don't we find water? Because we do have aquifers, we do have water which doesn't necessarily come from rain. These are the realistic discussions we ought to have. I'm in the Asal area. What's our main product? We have livestock. Are the abattoirs that were promised, planned for, are they there? Should they not be there? These discussions are the discussions that bring about change. But I want to move away from the economic discussions which are academic, because those ones, as I said, they are good to hear and they're good to listen to and they're good for discussions. But we have these discussions and people are dying of hunger every single day.
Absolutely. Now, I think the problem with the discussion that you're talking about lacks in our politics. And I think for me, it's after 60 years of tribal politics, how do we make our politics issue-based? How do we have conversations around the qualities of leaders we elect, around the politics of and the policies of this country, around the issues like the drought, the hunger crisis, the food security, our agricultural policy, water security, without necessarily electing just leaders because they belong from our clan or our tribe. But I think also not necessarily dismissing the GDP conversations, because yes, as an economy, we look like we are growing, but we are an economy that's growing without creating jobs. I think for me, it still matters. And we have our conversations around how do we grow an inclusive economic growth, or is it actually growing, or is it the government just spending on a major infrastructure and therefore a pseudo growth of our GDP? I think all these figures matter.
And it's a conversation that needs to be had.
Yes.
Dr. Kitui, thank you for joining us. Dr. John Kitui, Country Director, Oxfam Kenya, and Ahmed Ibrahim Abdi, Convener for the Asal Humanitarian Network. Keep it here for more conversations. It's now 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto has banned the use of firearms to herd livestock. The head of state has instead urged herders to devise other ways of looking after the animals.
Hakuna mtu ataruhusiwa kutembewa na bunduki anachunga ng'ombe. Kila mtu atafute fimbo aende achunge ng'ombe. Mambo ya bunduki ni ya askari. Nimetangaza juzi ya kwamba tunaweka bilioni 20 ingine kusaidia askari wetu wawe na vifaa ya kutosha ya kupigana na wahalifu na wakora na magaidi, tuhakikisha kwamba tunaweka usalama katika taifa letu la Kenya.
His directive comes at a time when parts of northern Kenya are experiencing sporadic attacks from bandits who have killed locals and stolen livestock. The use of firearms by herders among pastoral communities has been a common practice, especially because this is the only way herders can protect themselves and their animals when they come under attack from banditry or wild animals. Now, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has asked Azimio leader Raila Odinga to treat former President Uhuru Kenyatta with respect. Speaking in Lamu County, the Deputy President accused Raila of downgrading the former president by engaging him in public rallies. Gachagua cited an incident where Uhuru accompanied Raila in a public rally in Nyanza after the burial of former Education CS George Magoha.
Ati wanapiga kelele ati uchumi ni mbaya. Huyu mzee ya maandamano alichanganya rais wetu Uhuru Kenyatta. Akamkoroga, akachukua milioni 200, akaweka kwa BBI, ikapotea. Ilipotea, haikupotea. Kwa sababu tungetaka rais ambaye amestaafu akae kwa heshima. Asiingizwe kwa siasa duni ya kuingia juu ya lori, ya kukaa chini ya rami na kusema haki yetu. Hiyo hapana heshima ya rais ambaye amestaafu.
The Nairobi-based Sitem Church has faulted Friday's decision by the Supreme Court allowing the LGBTQ community to form a lobby group. Christ is the Answer Ministries, through its Bishop Callisto Odede, termed the ruling as contradictory. Odede said the ruling is against the cultural norms and called upon Christians and Kenyans to reject the ruling. Now, Nigeria began to announce early results Sunday after a tight election for the presidency of Africa's most populous nation, as concerns grew over long delays in voting and accusations of attempts to manipulate tallies. The election went ahead mostly peacefully despite some ransacked polling stations and late start as many others. Voters stayed up late at night in many locations to observe the count and protect the ballot. Nearly 90 million people were eligible to vote for a successor to President Muhammadu Buhari, with many Nigerians hoping a new leader will do a better job tackling insecurity, economic malaise and growing poverty. Independent National Election Commission INEC chairperson Mahmoud Yakubu said results would be officially announced state by state from Sunday when tallies are collected. The exercise still continues, but here is INEC chairperson Mahmoud Yakubu.
As we commence the concluding processes, results for each state of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory shall be presented by the State Collation Officer for the presidential election, or simply put, the SCOP, who will also serve as the collation officer at state and the FCT level. Having set the ground rules, from today, the collation center is hereby declared open until the final determination of the 2023 presidential election.
This is former President Uhuru Kenyatta chaired a post-election consultative meeting in Abuja, bringing together poll observers as early results started trickling in from Nigeria's tightest election since the end of military rule in 1999. Uhuru is in Nigeria in its capacity as the leader of the African Union Election Observer Mission. The meeting was co-hosted by the head of Economic Community of West Africa States, ECOWAS, and former Sierra Leone leader Ernest Bai Koroma. Based on the findings, the head of AUOEM is expected to hold a joint press conference with the ECOWAS mission today for a preliminary statement on the electoral process. Now, UNICEF Kenya is now appealing for 173.3 billion shillings from local and international donors to meet the needs of families affected by drought in Kenya. The agency said 6.4 million people are facing food insecurity, half of them, that is 3.2 million, being children. UNICEF said over 970,000 children under 5 and 142,000 pregnant and breastfeeding mothers require urgent life-saving treatment for malnutrition. This is an increase from 884,000 in July 2022. The organization further stated that over 500,000 more food insecure people have been identified in 9 additional counties, including Machakos, Homa Bay, Migori, Siaya, Elgeyo Marakwet, Kiambu, Nakuru, Kirinyaga and Muranga. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Joko Road has been giving all morning, and it started really early, and it's not about to stop right now. Landis Road is also busy going out towards Kamkunji, and we're looking at Uhuru Highway doing that thing today. You're going to stop at that junction of Lusaka, and then looking at what's going on at the junction of Bunyala, coming in from Langata Road, right there at Aerodrome. It's really busy coming into the city. Let's go out towards Westlands and see that Ring Road Westlands still packed up, as well as coming off of James Gishuru. Surveys where the traffic is on the Thika Superhighway, and we're getting inching closer and closer towards Muthaiga Square. Coming off of Kiambu Road. So that's not too crazy. Limuru Road still doing the thing. You know, Limuru Road has woken up just a bit late today. Still seeing that traffic is still there. Either that or folks woke up early and everybody was on the road at the same time. So let's keep an eye on things and see what it looks like in a short while. SpiceFM, KE on Twitter. We want to keep things moving. Doing what? Moving this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start
it's 7
your
minutes
day.
after 9. How you doing? Is my seat sinking?
Yes. You're going down, down.
Yeah, but nice.
So you stay up here with the rest of us.
Eric,
don't put yourself down.
There are all these songs that have been sung like Get Down on It. So
you don't get down on
it. Yes.
I leave the songs to the songs.
Yes.
Not here, Maneno.
Yes. Or even ask the question, why should you get down on it?
Why? Why should we be getting down on it? Why? Today is the 27th. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. No. And 28th, then 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
31, 32, 33.
Yes. See, there's a continuous and 100.
We're talking about the month. Days in the month, CT.
Today's 27th.
Did I say that?
28.
Did I say days in a month?
I know what you're thinking.
And this month has how many days?
28 ones.
So tomorrow is the end of the month.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
28.
So until the end of this week, that's Friday, you have a chance to choose your payment plan, and then you enjoy 1 month. 2 for the price of 1, courtesy of Showmax. Get 2 months for the price of 1. That's 2 months of top series, movies, and more from only 300 shillings. It's giving endless entertainment. Yeah? Ndu?
Yeah.
And it ends on?
On Friday, the 3rd of March. April 3rd, March. Okay, I meant March.
The 3rd of April. 3rd of March.
The Ides of March.
Yeah, the Ides of March. Oh, yeah. This one is available until the 3rd of March. That's this Friday.
Yes.
2 for the price of 1. If you sign up today to Showmax and you pay for 1 month, you will get
another month.
Free. Absolutely free. We're waiting for our next guest, and our next guest is a member of Parliament for Molo constituency, who's also the chairman of the Finance and Planning Committee of the National Assembly, Francis Kuria Kimani. We want to talk to him about pending bills in national and county governments, right? This is an issue that has been big. Is it 600 billion? Is it 400 billion? Is it 60 billion? How much?
Why is it any billion?
How much does the government owe people? And why? And how did we get here? How can we get to a point where every year we are starting a new budget cycle and we haven't paid for what was to be consumed in the last year, especially when it was a development issue? Development budget. Somebody has been contracted to actually supply something, starting from water to roads, building roads to whatever else, and then they are not paid. It's a big one. He'll be joining us. He'll tell us more about it. Middle City. Remind us this proverb.
Yes. The beautiful are like a dog with big, beautiful eyes. Might turn out to be a thieving dog or a good hunter.
The beautiful are like a dog.
With beautiful.
With beautiful eyes.
Big, beautiful eyes.
A dog with big, beautiful eyes.
Yes.
It might turn out to be a thieving dog or just a
good hunter.
Okay.
And while they're doing this with their big, beautiful eyes.
Only. Okay.
Could be as useless or as useful. Depending on
what you think is useful or what you think is useless.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Before the Mheshimiwa comes in, let me tell you something. You know, the law says that all motor vehicles need to be inspected every year.
And won't there be a cost to it?
There's always a cost to everything.
Yes, but not just all. All and the focus on private. Because there are vehicles that were always being inspected, were they not? The passenger, is my pickup, what have you. But what about personal
That's why we say all vehicles.
Yes.
Is it a vehicle? It needs to be inspected.
Okay.
People who operate taxis know this because they ought to get their PSV license.
Yes, they do.
For you to get a PSV license renewal, then you have to go for inspection annually. So, taxis, matatus, buses, tourism service vehicles, all of them, because you need to have a valid TSV or PSV license, sticker, you go for inspection. Private motorists with the individual personal cars, they have not been doing this. Now, the National Transport and Safety Authority is saying, excuse me, all vehicles need to be inspected. And all this is going to raise an issue with the authority proposing to charge between 1,300 and 4,600 for the inspection of vehicles. So vehicles above 3,000 cc to pay 3,900. Vehicles below 3,000 cc to pay 2,600. What? People are like, wait, what do you mean?
Actually, it makes perfect sense.
Why?
The idea is to determine whether the vehicle is roadworthy or not. Primarily, really. And yes, passenger service vehicles or vehicles that are used for other utilities, one has explained that yes, because they do this and the other. But at the end of the day, there's a human being behind that wheel, there are human beings on the road. If it is uniform, in my mind, it is the right thing to do. Yes. But while they're at it, they should also determine that even when they renew our licenses, after a certain point, people should go for retesting.
Driving license.
Yes.
Retest.
Yes. Go for that test again to refresh. If you want to make it simple and you want to make it an online test, whatever you want to do, there is no harm after a certain period of time, let someone refresh their knowledge of driving and testing. Part of the reason is because that retesting will weed out people whom we claim didn't actually go for a test. They just got their licenses delivered to them at home. And thereafter, yes, they were asked to go and learn how to drive after they had their licenses. So, if you're going to test all vehicles, meaning including personal, license as well, let people go back to the test. Yes.
Charles Timothy Mugarazaro. Mamua tulipe ushuru kila mahali.
No, wewe ndio umechagua hiyo mambo ya ushuru.
Yeah, but that,
he called me Lazaro. Essentially, he has called me a name. He's calling me names.
He's secret.
Everything is secret, Lazaro. Everything here is just saying that you go and do what. That's taxation.
But the person you actually wanted to refer me, you want to compare him with not Lazaro, was the other short guy who climbed the tree.
Who's his name? Zakayo.
Zakar.
Yeah, that one.
Zacchaeus.
Yes, that one. Because he's the one who dealt with money. Yes, and he's a tax collector. So him, sorry, you're not supposed to say short. The gentleman who is vertically challenged. Yes.
Brief, sorry.
You don't become abusive.
How do we know he was a gentleman? Just call him that person.
Gentleman meaning a person.
Human.
Yes.
They, that are a tax collector. Our guest is in the studio, Francis Kuria Kimani, MP for Molo constituency. And he is the chairman of the Finance and National Planning Committee of the National Assembly. He is the man who oversees Zakayo. He's one. The one who collects our tax. Good morning, Mheshimiwa.
Good morning. Great to be here. Asante.
It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you very much. Michelewa kidogo. I was with your sister the other side, with your brother, Vibes FM. But tuko hapa.
Very good.
And good morning from Molo. Nimetoka Molo jana. We're still worried about the issue of climate change is serious. You know, for the so many years I have lived or grown up in Molo. We've never had more than 3 months without rain.
And it's really never had more than 3 months without rain.
We've never seen that. Wow. We've always had our place has always been rain.
Precipitation.
But what's the forest cover like in Molo? Because I also grew up in the Rift Valley, and one of the things about the constitution come from that the forest cover was serious.
Oh, yes.
And it has diminished and
over time,
diminished and diminished.
Yes, and then we also got the issue of a forest wrong, because what we did a few years ago, we came up with that moratorium for stopping harvesting of trees, calling sawmilling. Ideally, it was supposed to protect our tree cover. But you know what it did? It protected the trees in the forest, but it completely destroyed the trees around our homes. Because when we still needed furniture to do our doors, we still needed wood to do our doors, to do our furniture. So what we ended up doing is cutting all the trees around our homesteads. So napata, like there's a time I had chopper ride from Londiani to Nairobi, and the entire stretch, nothing. Unawatu tu nyumba hivi, lakini even one
no
tree.
trees.
Hakuna. So I think we have brought this to ourselves, and if we are to protect our next generation, maze kwanza karenda kakikam, let's plant trees.
We plant trees.
Let's plant trees.
So it's been how many months now without a drop of rain?
The last time we had rain was around November, the whole of December. We've never had a Christmas without rain.
Without rain in Molo?
It didn't rain the whole of December. It didn't rain in January. We are almost end of February. It hasn't rained. Unless Imerin says yes to be because netoka jana. I think it's, my friend, it's...
If it's any comfort, if it's any, I'm sure it isn't. If you go to Magarini in Kilifi County, over 3 years, not a drop.
Maybe in Nyimeza,
it's not used to this at all.
You're not used to this. We don't know what to do, you know. Right now, we would we usually have the first harvest of cabbages and beans around this time. And now tunatoa zingine tunarudisha zingine kwa shamba.
The ones that will be growing over December.
Yes, the ones that now we planted Arid December, and we will be harvesting them now. Nothing is bad.
It's a dire situation.
Yes, and it's unfortunately if I really pray that God gives us rains, because it doesn't, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad.
What are our alternatives if we don't get rainfall again this year, sufficient to grow food?
Aki, the 1 year is too short to say what the alternative is. I'm really praying that we get rain. That's the only way. But in the long term, there are plans. We're talking about the incomplete dams. For example, around Molo, we have the infamous Itari Dam. So if that's done now, we're not going to rely on rain-fed agriculture. On the other side of Nakuru County, there's a dam coming up. Forget the name, around Nyandarua, that's supposed to feed Naivasha and Gilgil in that Kinangop area. And so the plan to have a dam per county, you know, and if it's done, then have all this water harvesting could go a long way. But I'm also hoping that our research, our agricultural research institutions are sensitive to this issue of climate change, and therefore the seeds that they're going to produce are going to be resilient to the harsh climatic conditions that we have now. Because if we continue planting the trees, if for example plant seeds, the same seeds that we planted last year, this year, we will have a bad harvest. So I hope that our research institutions are going to be sensitive to this and continuously improve on the kind of seeds that we give to our farmers, so that hopefully we're going to maximize on the little rains that we're going to get.
I am sure our researchers at Calro have been doing a lot of work on this kind of seed varieties, you know, that would withstand short rains only and all. The question we should be asking is the uptake. Who consumes the research that comes out of Calro?
You know, one of the unfortunate things, and I'll say unfortunate, is that farming in this country is not taken seriously. That the people that do farming do it for subsistence, and they do not have, most of them don't have the drive, and the knowledge they need to do that. And you and I, who have some knowledge, or who would be consumers of that research, you know, don't care about farming. But I think one of the good things that COVID did, irudisha watu ushago. So we have a lot of people that when COVID came and then jobs closed and the office closed, they went back to the village. And now you see a lot of people trying to do farming and try to do a few varieties. And I will speak on behalf of myself. You know, I tried strawberries in Molo, and they did very well. So now I had my first harvest of strawberries, and it's amazing. I never thought we'll grow strawberries in Molo. And so if we are going to have more people do farming and attempt or try different varieties of things, then we might do a turn around. But if we continue planting the usual maize, the usual beans, the usual potatoes, the usual cabbages, same way over and over again, we're not likely to make headway. But hopefully, we're going to convince, especially now, the middle class to.
Why do they need convincing? Why has farming been unattractive?
It's a way pia how we grew up. You know, when I was little, a young man, you dressed up, you want to go to church. Then my grandfather would go and check and realize that there was not enough dhara for the cows. And then usha piga look and tells you, where do you think you're going? There is not enough napier grass for the cows. So go get cows. So go get napier grass. And now for me to dress, move your Sunday school clothes to to go Zako's home to go get napier grass. My friend, for a very long time I never wanted to be a farmer, and I can tell you in my entire family it's only myself and my uncle who has attempted farming, voodoo farming. I told my mom like I would buy her a cow, and then she told me she would kill it because farming,
it's a pain.
Yeah, farming has traumas.
Exactly.
Because it's really about even child labor, you know.
That's it. Because you are not seeing the benefit of everything else. You know, combined, you're just seeing the labor and you're not seeing the returns from it. That's what there are many people who argue that if indeed agriculture was actually as economically viable as it should be, then it would be attracting people. People have grown up, yes, you have seen the kind of toiling that you did, and still your parents were struggling to find the money to pay school fees for you, and you can't just look at it and say, so this thing is not working. I don't want to end up in the same kind of lifestyle where I will also be struggling to raise enough money to pay school fees for my children. So I get away from this.
Yeah.
And especially if I see Kuria Kimani has gone to Nairobi and he has come back and he's driving a big car and he's taking his children to private schools, I want to go and do what Kuria Kimani is doing in Nairobi.
Yeah, true. But to be also fair, if you look at it, traditionally we had large families. Okay, my grandfather had 12 kids, and he fed us mostly on that farming. You tell me any economic activity that will feed 12 children and take them to school. One is difficult. So in as much as yes, it didn't pay as much as we expected. That's the only thing we relied on.
But that's what in the heart of the matter, because how do you balance this? Because part of the problem that we're now facing are people who are faced with hunger, yet there is food. The focus on ensuring that people can feed themselves is important.
That's true.
Now, then comes the balance, where now your strawberries come in. Now, you can feed yourself, yes. If we can determine that, then you then look to ways and means of ensuring that you can also make a little money on the side.
That's true. But let me complicate it a little further.
Please.
And talk about food prices. You're complaining because the cost of maize flour has gone up. Agreed. But when the cost of maize flour goes up, so does the cost of maize. So if you want to reduce the cost of maize flour, then you'll have to reduce the cost of maize. So you have to reduce the buying price at which you buy that maize from the farmers.
Yeah. And also you need to reduce the cost of producing that maize.
So yes, so that's why in our wisdom now we are subsidizing the production of that maize, and hopefully so that we have a return for both the farmer. So because we have reduced the cost of production for the farmer by reducing the cost of fertilizer, so if you buy that maize from the farmer at a low price, then the farmer will still find that farming business economically viable, and at the same time reduce the cost of maize flour. And like what was happening earlier, because now what we're doing earlier was subsidizing consumption, and subsidizing consumption by giving this money to millers. And I questioned this. I asked, if you're giving these billions to millers, first of all, you expect millers to be open enough and tell you, I have this amount of maize in the silos. And then, fine, even if you accurately valued the value of maize in the silos, then how much maize flour is in distribution? And then even if you miraculously value how much value that maize flour was in distribution, then you have again to value how much is in the wholesale center, and value how much is a retail shop, so that subsequently you can reduce all that price so that the value can be transferred to the consumer. That's why, by the way, we during the supplementary treasury realized that out of the 4.7 billion that was paid, 4.8 billion that was paid to millers, only 1.7 billion actually went to the real millers. And so hopefully...
who did they pay the other money? Who was paying? Is it the same treasury?
Same treasury. On 5th of August, when we were thinking about elections, the same treasury paid 6.142 billion to buy off some shareholder from Delco.
Yep.
Using Article 223. And they didn't even bother to bring it to Parliament for
it was national security.
What?
Sorry, excuse me. You said, I'm sorry, 4.8 billion shillings paid to the millers, 1.7 actually went to the millers. Where did 3.1 billion shillings go?
That's what we were looking into the matter. That's what part of my hearings with Treasury next week is going to be. And the theft that went on in this country, especially around election time,
and
is
out
crazy.
of the money, that money that went to the millers, how much maize actually ended up in the market, in the shelves at 100 bob?
That's all the information we're trying to gather.
Maize flour.
That's why the cost of maize didn't go down. Because that money actually didn't. And even, that's why I said, the whole thing was ill-informed. And I've tried to clarify, even if the money would go to the millers, how would they transfer it to the consumer? It's almost, it's a logistical nightmare. It is impossible.
You know, Mheshimiwa, there's something I don't understand here.
Tell me.
I thought that this government has a system. It's called IFMIS. So that when Treasury pays, is it not supposed to go to where it was supposed to go? Or did they just say they had paid, but in actual fact, they didn't actually pay? There's a reason I'm asking this question. Because if indeed Treasury can say they have paid for something and yet they haven't, then the problem we have here is big. Because I'll take that argument and say, okay, so when they say they're repaying our debts, are we sure those debts are being repaid?
Hey, God.
When I come back here after 2 weeks, I'll have a proper answer for you.
So this is a problem, Mheshimiwa, because we're talking about a pending bill situation here.
Oh, yes.
Okay? Here we are talking about millers and the money that they should have received. After all this whole hoo-ha about millers not being paid, I don't know, coming from old stock and new stock, this thing, it was supposed to have sorted out that problem. And then here we are, pending bills in the billions per county. I don't even know what the national figure is of money that is owed at county level. And I've got to ask, national and county governments ending up with pending bills, how on earth do we get there? Some counties owing in the hundreds of billions. Why? And then how can we be sure it's actually being paid?
It's a very, very sad situation. First of all, it is a system problem, and then you add a political influence, and then you doubled up with a transitional problem. First of all, there is some thinking among some government officials that our country gets wound up every 5 years. It's like 5 years, especially during election time, we wind up the country and then we take it back after elections. And that's why expenditures just before election, and unfortunately this time around during elections, goes to mostly wastage. And then when the new government comes in, and for this I'm referring to counties, so the first thing they do is they will say they are auditing the pending bills. So auditing means that, who are these guys who are being paid? Are they supporters? Or were they supporting me? Were they supporting my opponent?
Yeah.
And so now with the intention of punishing those particular contractors or those particular suppliers that were not politically inclined to the current governors. And that is the reality.
Yeah.
But in terms of now being a system issue, we start the budget process around the first quarter, that is around September. We do the policy papers. Around this time, we like from this week, my committee is processing what's called the budget policy statement. Then after that, we process the budget estimates. Now that is the expenditure side. Around April, that's when we start doing the finance bill. The finance bill is supposed now to raise revenue to finance the budget that already approved.
Yeah.
So first of all, we have already approved the budget and we need to raise money for it. So, and raising money is coming. So it's more of like sharing the cake before we bake it, technically. But then that doesn't end. After now passing the finance bill and passing the budget, the MDAs and the ministries are waiting to see, has our budget been approved? Then once the budget is approved, they do their procurement plans. They say now this is what and the list of activities are going to be the list of activities that you're going to do for this particular financial year. Most of them go ahead to procure for those products and services. But this during all this time, they haven't received the money.
Yep.
They don't have money in
their account. They just know it's been approved.
But it has been approved.
Yep.
And they don't have money because the money has not been disbursed to them, and because we have not collected the taxes. We have not raised the taxes so that we can put it in the bank account, so I can put it in treasury, so that treasury then can disburse. So by the time now we're getting to our accounting system again, we're using the cash accounting system. So cash accounting system means we expense once we pay, and we in terms of income, we recognize the income when we receive it. So towards now the end of the financial year, we realize that we expected 10 billion shillings, Treasury sent us 6.
Yeah.
But remember, we had expensed the 4.
The entire 10 billion.
So what we have been doing technically is funding the government through private people's money.
Yep.
In fact, I was looking at the current debt ceiling. The current debt is estimated at around 9.1 trillion shillings against a ceiling set by Parliament at 10 trillion. But our pending bills is around 900 billion. So actually, if you would have pending bills...
And this is, by pending bills here, we just mean contractors who have...
In fact, that's even national government pending bills. If you added the one for counties, my friend, we have actually surpassed our debt ceiling. That's why... and the good thing is the money from my committee, we are looking at phasing out from the current cash accounting system that we currently use as a government to accrual system. Because as a result now, the statements that are sent for approval or that are sent to Parliament, the issue of pending bills just comes in as like a note. It's not part of the financial statements. And perhaps that's why even despite the law that a pending bill should be the first charge in the following year's budget, then it's not, because people come up with all the excuses around that. And perhaps the government needs to come up with, say, a bond, for example, and just pay off the pending bills and now start from scratch. And then we start living within our means. We only spend what we can raise.
When we have raised. Then also we need to budget with what we raised last year.
Oh, yes.
If last year we raised 2 trillion shillings, the next year's financial budget should just be 2 trillion shillings. Why are you budgeting 3 trillion shillings when you know your capacity is just 1 trillion?
There you're wrong.
We'll
our
talk about it.
capacity is much bigger.
Let's talk about it. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. The Honorable Kuria Kimani is the MP for Molo constituency and the chairman of the National Assembly's Finance and National Committee Assembly. Mheshimiwa, you've been traveling quite a bit, huh? Now we know that as a member of parliament, you're entitled to travel business class, and you've flown Emirates business class. True?
That's true.
How's the experience been?
I would say, without fear of contradiction,
in your own words,
that of all the airlines, Emirates has the best business class, as with all fairness. And especially if there's one of their Boeing that has
the Airbus A380.
Yes, that
the double decker.
Oh, the double decker. They have some place pale nyuma.
That's it. Fly better with Emirates.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Celebrate the month of love with amazing deals from Cold Stone Creamery. Enjoy 2 Love It cups at only 600 shillings, or grab your friends and get 2 Gotta Have It cups and a cake slice for 1,000 shillings only. You can also enjoy our Solo Love offer of a Gotta Have It cup at only 450 shillings. Cold Stone Creamery, making everybody's day just a little sweeter.
Get 2 months of Showmax for the price of one. In a give, Real Housewives, rich auntie vibes, and that bling. Sama kuamoka.
Toast to luxury.
In a give, single Cassie, girl power.
Cheers!
And gravity-defying Top Gun victory flyby.
Having any fun yet?
Woo! In a give kupindukia. So subscribe now to get 2 months for the price of one from only 300 shillings for limited time. In a give Showmax. Sign up at showmax.com.
Fly Emirates first and business class and look forward to a journey that's as incredible as your destination. Start your holiday with delicious fine dining, impeccable service, and comfort that's out of this world. Sip drinks in our A380 onboard lounge on flights from Dubai and beyond. Watch a movie and drift into a restful sleep in flatbed seats. Treat yourself.
We'll see highs of 32 and we'll see highs of 30 in a sunny Nakuru. We're going to go to highs of 27 in Nyeri and 27 in Eldoret as well. It's 27 and sunny in Mombasa. The sun is up at 27 in Malindi. Sunny conditions at 22 in Kisumu and 21 in Kakamega. Raining in Kampala still, going to highs of 27, and the sun is up at 28 in Dar es Salaam. It will go to highs of 31. It's 16 and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 33 in a mostly clear Lagos at 26. It's 21 and mostly cloudy in Kinshasa, highs of 29. Looking into Beijing, highs of 12 coming into Monday evening. It's still 0 in Paris. It'll come to highs of 7 and 1 and partly cloudy in London. 5 degrees and clear still Sunday night in New York. 5 will be the high coming into Monday, and lows of 0.
Spice up your life.
All right, still seeing a little bit of traffic here and there, just touching on the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. It's looking much better coming off Thika Superhighway. Just at the Pangani underpass is where we see some craziness. But you should be getting into the city without any problem. Limuru Road still has a little bit of it here and there, but coming out of Westlands much better. We are out of traffic hour, hopefully getting into Monday without, the rest of Monday rather, without too much drama. Through the morning, talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Mani, the MP for Molo, Chairman of Finance Committee of the National Assembly. So you've explained to us just briefly and quickly how we end up with these bills. Because people receive an approval of their budgets, people start expending that, but the money comes later. We get to the end of the financial year, the money that was supposed to have come has not come. So some of the people who had already been contracted end up not getting paid. And then the next financial year begins, and instead of us starting with the previous, we move on like nothing happened. And the solution to this, you're saying, is if we just change our accounting system.
Yes, that's not going to be the only solution, but part of it. Because we need to recognize our debts in the statements. So really we have to change the way we do our accounting system. And our neighbors, Tanzania, have started. Some of the best developed countries like Canada, Australia, actually do accrue accounting system. And it will also help us achieve a lot more, including, for example, valuation of our assets. Like, what's the value of our roads? We have the value, we have the cost of how much you spend on a road, but what is the value of it? What is the value of our biological assets? Biological assets would be like our elephants, our lions, we need to take stock of what we have as a country and put it in the books as whether it's assets or whether it's liabilities. And that's why some even economies have actually reason. Maybe we don't even know how much debt we owe.
So why is that important? This issue of
valuation
of our assets and value. Why is it important?
When our CSs, for example, were being interviewed for their positions, one of the questions was, what's your value? And I think...
what's your net worth?
Well, it's net worth, yes. Even Mr. Muga, I think every year we call ourselves into a meeting and ask ourselves, what is your net worth? So as a country, really, if we are serious as a country, then we should also know what is our net worth.
What is the benefit of having that knowledge?
For example, the damages, for example, we cause on our assets, for example, on our road. If we know how much that road is worth, and you, for example, damage it, or a railway, and then you damage it, then you should be charged for the damage that you did, and not just a blanket fine. Because even now as it's existing now, if you damage any of the government assets, what you get is, there's a clause that says, we call them economic crimes, is that you get a fine, I think 3 years in prison or something, and a particular blanket fine. Because there is no attachment for the value of that particular asset. So, and it's just that's one of the benefits. But most importantly, is really capturing our pending bills in our statements.
Sure, I hear you that. But talking about value, I'll give you an example in terms of pending bills. Last week, unfortunately, people had to start thinking about laying a woman to rest, right?
I missed that. Sorry.
You did? Last week, people had to lay a woman to rest because the county, Nyandarua specifically, had not paid her for money that, rather for a job that she did for the county in some rehabilitation and construction of roads. They had not paid her.
Yes.
She went into a depression. The auctioneers were sent to her. She had to ask, now let's bring value into this thing. We can talk about budgets, we can talk about numbers, we can talk about accounting systems, we can talk about etc. But now we're talking about the very value of human life is what we're talking about now. That people then have gone to the bank. They've taken loans to be able to do work for county.
The loans have accrued interest.
Auctioneers have been sent to the homes of many a man and woman to take their property because counties across the country have not paid them. For me, that is the value.
Oh, yes.
That's the value. We're talking about life. Now, what's it going to take for some of these things now to work together? How many more shoshos have to die? How many more shoshos have to get into depression? Many people have gone unreported. And that is what we're talking about. We're talking about the effect of counties not sorting out pending bills. That's the effect. People die.
You couldn't have put it any better. And unfortunately, we've left this decision to the governor, for example. And the governor decides which bills are a priority and which is not. At the national level, we've left the accounting officer decide which bills to be paid and which ones shouldn't pay. And I've given you, for example, a reference of around 9.42 billion shillings was paid on the 5th of August to buy off some shareholder at Telcom. Was it urgent? No. Did it follow law? No. Were there pending bills that were more urgent? Certainly, yes. So if we take out human intervention and take out human decision, or I would call even political decision, on which bills and which should be paid, is when these particular bills actually reflect on every statement. And therefore, and because the approvals for budgets for the following year are actually based on the audited accounts of the previous year. Now, that record of the pending bills in order of their aging history will be part of the basis in which these governors and these PSs and accounting officers will have their budget for the following year approved. But as we speak, that record of that pending bill is like a note. Is one of the financial notes that's written after the statement. But like all of us, when we get our pay slips, for example, if you have a mortgage, it will show that this is how much you owe, and this is how much balance is, and this is how much months you're left to pay. Including if you have your SACCO saving, whatever it is, we get that. So we need this in the statements. And so when the county assemblies, or when the public accounts committees of county assemblies are looking at the financial statements of their counties, so that they table them to the assembly, so that they can be used as a basis for the approval of the budgets for the following year, then that history of that pending bill is here. That way, it's not somebody who decides whether it is your friend or your relative or whoever it is in which one to prioritize or not. Because if we do not, we might get a situation in this country where nobody is going to be willing to supply government products or services. And government will not work.
You know, if it starts from the point of a certain project was discussed, was inserted into the county programs, right? And then it goes into the county budget, okay? So if it's in the county annual plan, it goes into the county budget. This budget is approved, and the budget has therefore certain limits. This is how much you are going to spend this month or this year, and this is where it's going to be. It's appropriated per. How do we end up with that bill being called a pending bill? It was budgeted for, unless we are saying that we budget for 10 billion shillings, but the county never receives 10 billion shillings. And then the question would be, so why does the county not receive the 10 billion shillings it was budgeted? It was supposed to receive.
So first of all, counties and even national government at times have inflated their expected income. Okay? Because the approval of the budget is based on
your capacity to fund it.
The capacity to fund it. And of course, expenditures are easier. They are sweeter. They have political benefits. They can even have economical benefits. Because they're talking about even entrepreneurs there. They're talking about also the needs of Kenyans. You know, Kenyans want roads done. They want markets done. They want that water project. And if you don't put it in that budget, some of the MCAs will tell, if you don't put projects for my ward, then we're not going to approve your budget. So, and the only way now to justify why a county has, say, a budget of 1 billion shillings, and they only receive from equitable share around 600 million, is by them then showing that they can raise
the 400
million. Sometimes knowing very well they can't. Okay? And so that's why now, even if we would receive the 600 million from equitable share from the national government, they still will not raise the 400 million. And then also, counties have also become very, I don't know, it's not creative, it is selfish in the way that they raise their own source revenue. Why? Paying taxes is painful. Asking for taxes is painful, especially when you are a politician. When your re-election is based on how well you treat your electorates. So what governors will do is that I think Senate passed a law against that, I think, sometime. But what we would see at the end of every year is, for example, 50% waiver on property rates. So you're saying that we have forgiven your obligation of paying property rates by 50% because it's politically correct to do so. But now once we do not collect that property rates from you, and you have promised you're going to do a borehole, you're going to do that water project, it means that you'll not be able to finance it. And again, that's how we end up with a pending bill. There's a time, I probably said this the last time I was here, when in Public Accounts Committee in the last Parliament, we went to audit the use of this leasing of medical equipments. And I remember we went to, I think it was a county of Siaya. And then there is this ICU, very wonderful facilities. The CT scans. It's not CTU. it is a
the other scan.
The scan, not the scan.
And we asked, why are they not being utilized? And the government told us it's because the generator is broken down. And I asked him, why is the generator broken down? It's because you have not received money from the national government. Then, you mean you have not repaired the generator because you're waiting for national funds to come from the national government? Here we cannot collect tax. You don't collect anything here because unless now we ask these mama bogas to give us 20 shillings for kipanda. Being a politician becomes a difficult thing to ask. And the money that you're waiting for from national government is VAT on food.
Yeah.
Is what guys are paying from their small salary as payee. Is what companies are paying from their little corporate tax. So also if you have to be serious about avoiding these pending bills is by making sure counties get to collect revenues.
Own source revenue.
Their own source revenues. And let them be creative from their sector. I don't want to mention his name, but one of the governors in the last election went to and told the markets that they should not be paying their daily rates. Then, if you don't collect that fees from the market, how would you maintain that market?
How would you maintain the market?
How will you maintain the bathrooms in that toilet? And then he went and told even these matatus that you no longer be required to pay this amount of money to use the stage because we want to be politically correct. And this is where this government is saying, fine, we can do without being politically correct, but let everyone pay the rightful.
We must be responsible.
Yeah. And we are also promising that we ensure prudent use of that resources.
Now, do you think this process of getting towards June every year should be reversed? So we start with the budget policies. Let's look at where at the stage it comes to Parliament. Forget the conversations before in September, October, November. The budget policy statement comes, the budget estimates come, Parliament approves the budget for the next financial year, and then now Parliament is left to approve how the government is going to finance that budget with the finance bill.
Yes,
if you think about how we operate, you start with knowing how much your income is going to be, and then you budget around your income. It sounds here like the government budgets around some figure it places in the air and then starts struggling on how it's going to raise the money to finance it. Should we reverse this? Start by approving the finance bill before we go into the budget estimates?
We could actually do that. What you're suggesting could be politically correct.
Mm-hmm.
But then we could end up with the same thing you've been doing over the years. We'll approve the finance bill and then overstate or become overambitious or on what we purport to raise because you are targeting the expenditure side. So the dates don't have to change. However, the intention of not just passing those taxes for the sake of approval by Parliament, for the sake of being of adhering to the PFM Act, of adhering to the Constitution. But if we got honest and ask ourselves, how much realistically can we raise from this sector? And not just that, involving that sector, those stakeholders, and saying, if you expect to raise this money, say, from say media, from advertising, is that let us get those sectors, let's get those players to the table. Then after that, once now we pass that into law and we agree that these are the rates, then let there be uniformity
in compliance.
Let there be compliance, because once you actually involve these people, and you're going to agree. We agreed that this is going to be the rate, and you said if we give you this rate, then you raise this much. Then why are we not getting this amount of money? But the reason why we have also failed there is because when you see this is Standard Group, when you see National Media Group got exemptions and you did not get, come on, you'll not be motivated to pay your rightful share. But if we make it an equal playing field, where Royal Media pays their correct revenue, their correct share of taxes. We have Nation Media Group paying their correct share of tax. We have Standard Group. Standard Group then will happily pay their rightful share of tax. I have said before, you and I are salaried. Our taxes our main tax is pay, and it's deducted from source. And if we give you your pay and told you take it to carry,
I'll take.
Are you sure?
The question is when.
You will take. The question is when. So this issue of making it a discussion about whether you pay tax or not, we should end, and will end. And that is the only way to make sure it's not an animal farm. And I'll give an example before City you interject. Last year, Umoja Expressway, the guys running the expressway, they got a tax exemption of 9.8 billion shillings.
Why?
Just.
You know, they're coming in, it's the beginning. I mean, it's just...
So what? This is VAT. Because they are trying to try this product. The uptake by Kenyans is encouraging them to use the expressway. So as a result...
Encouraging Kenyans to use the expressway.
Yes, so as a result...
So by giving the people who are running it a tax exemption, how does that relate to us?
And remember...
They've put in all this money and time...
Yeah, but are they giving us a discount for using the expressway?
Exactly.
They've been given a tax exemption.
Unfortunately, even the patch that you see on KRA is because of that. That's what was happening. Someone just approved it. And you see, the problem with VAT...
To encourage a PPP person to come and put in their 880 billion shillings here. No, it's
it's also a loan. It's guaranteed by the government of Kenya.
Yeah, but...
And but come on, how does... No, it's almost annoying to think about it. This VAT, first of all, has been paid. Because we agree that the cost of this pen is 100 shillings. Okay? But then we add 16% VAT to it. Yep. So you buy it
at 116.
116.
Yeah.
So I am just an agent.
You're just passing that 16 bob.
Yes, 100 shillings belongs to me. 600 shillings belongs to 16 shillings. Sorry, 16 shillings belongs to KRA. Yeah. So you cannot exempt the 16 shillings.
We're coming to the end of this thing, and I have to ask this question: are we saying that this government is not going to give tax exemptions?
Yes.
And you're sure?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
We are saying everybody must pay their rightful share of tax. It's not going to be an animal farm anymore.
Okay. Then pending bills will be paid.
And that way, hopefully, we are going to be able to raise enough money to
fund this budget.
If you and I were given a chance to negotiate our pay, we wouldn't pay. Yes. If the person buying bottled water that has 16% VAT, they wouldn't, or excise on your alcohol. If you were told to negotiate whether you'll pay or not, you wouldn't pay. So the same way we're not negotiating with every Kenyan, with every employee, we're not going to negotiate on exemptions.
Mheshimiwa, thank you. Come again soon. Kuria Kimani, Chairman, National Assembly's Committee on Finance and National Planning. Have a lovely day, people. We'll be back tomorrow. It's 10 a.m.
Dennis Aseto. Kirinyaga County Governor Anne Waiguru has urged women to offer themselves for top corporate and political leadership positions if they desire to occupy such offices. Waiguru, who is also chair of Council of Governors, said that in as much as there is need to have more women in leadership, it will not happen unless many of them come out to vie or make applications for such positions. The governor, who was speaking in Nairobi, pointed out that women need to work towards nurturing their leadership skills by making applications whenever opportunities arise. She urged women to believe in themselves, be intentional, and have the courage to go for what they want. And City Hall has commenced